Chapter 56:13. The morning of Black Chillin City was not peaceful. Master Wolf of the Heavenly Tiger sect was almost crippled, while the grandfather and grandson who ran an inconspicuous noodle restaurant in the east of the city disappeared. There were signs of a fight in the noodle restaurant. Only a waiter with no cultivation background was left in the restaurant. But this young man didn't know anything. He didn't know anything. Normally, this would be a trivial matter, but it was different now. The army of the tyrannical Sky Empire had sealed off the entire Black Chillin City. The people in the city could not escape at all. Moreover, there were definitely many spies of the tyrannical Sky Empire in the city. Who could guarantee that the grandfather and grandson who disappeared were not spies of the tyrannical Sky Empire? When the news reached Dong Yue Shui, the princess of the East Moon Empire was furious. She ordered a citywide search. As a result, the atmosphere of Black Chillin City became extremely tense. Soldiers of Black Chillin City could be found in every corner of the city. Dong Yue Shui. I was going to dig deep into Black Chillin City. This method was simple and crude, but it was very effective. It actually allowed Dong Yue Shui to find many suspicious people in Black Chillin City. Then, these people were directly locked up in Black Chillin City's prison, and all kinds of torture were waiting for them to enjoy. After this wave of attacks, almost all the spies of the tyrannical Sky Empire in Black Chillin City were caught. This made the commander of the tyrannical Sky Empire's army, Wu Liang, extremely depressed. Of course, this had nothing to do with Gu Fei's clone. However, he did not know that his new name, Guzhan, had already been found out by Dong Yue Shui. You still haven't found that guy called Guzhan. In the main hall of the city, Lord's residence, Dong Yue Shui sat on the throne in the center like a queen. She looked down at her subordinates with a cold and arrogant expression. In the hall stood a dozen important figures of the East Moon Empire in Black Chillin City. Everyone was cautious. Your Highness, we haven't even found anyone with the surname Gu, let alone Guzhan, the city lord said with a heavy tone. Surname Gu, this Long Xiang man, who was not afraid of anything, showed a trace of fear on his face. That person can't be from that clan, can he? The head of the Hu family, Hu Shaotian, also revealed a look of fear. In the limitless realm, the surname Gu was a rare surname. It was also a taboo surname. Even the princess of the East Moon Empire, Dong Yue Shui, was rather wary of people with this surname. Forget it if you can't find it, Dong Yue Shui said gloomily. In the limitless realm, some extremely ancient cultivation clans could not be offended. In the easternmost region, the surname Wu was a taboo. This was because Peerless Extreme Emperor's surname was Peerless. The oldest and most powerful cultivation clan was not something they could imagine. However, Gu Fei's clone, who had just arrived, had no idea how awesome his surname was in the limitless realm. At this moment, a beam of divine light flew in from outside the main hall. The higher-ups of the Black Chillin City were shocked. They all got into defensive positions. Everyone was ready to attack at any time. Their nerves were stretched taut. When Dong Yue Shui saw the divine light that flew in, her eyes lit up. She reached out with her right hand and grabbed the divine light. Haha, Ba Fei won't be able to escape this time. Dong Yue Shui laughed. The higher-ups of the Black Chillin City in the main hall were all shocked. At this moment, at the foot of a mountain less than 100 miles away from Black Chillin City, countless soldiers rushed out. Banners fluttered in the wind, horses neighed, and the whole mountain was covered with soldiers in armor. These were the reinforcements of the East Moon Empire. The reinforcements of the East Moon Empire were finally about to reach Black Chillin City. Moreover, their morale was high, and there were even sky troops riding on birds in the sky. Rumble chariots, pulled by powerful beasts, quickly rushed over from the distance. Every chariot had a powerful general standing on it. This was the confidence of the East Moon Empire. However, on the side of the Heaven Tyrant Empire, Their reinforcements were also marching towards Black Chilin City without stopping. However, the reinforcements of the Heaven Tyrant Empire were much further away from Black Chilin City than the reinforcements of the East Moon Empire. At this moment, Gu Fei's clone had already returned to the military camp at the east gate of Black Chilin City. After devouring the cultivation of the one-eyed wolf from the Heaven Tiger sect, his cultivation had finally broken through to the peak of the human level. After returning to the barracks, he lay down on the bed. He did not sleep, but cultivated. He wanted to consolidate the cultivation realm he had just broken through. "Master Jean, wash your face." "Master Jean, we've brought your food for you." "Master Jean, here are your clothes." When dawn arrived, when Gu Fei's clone got up, there were 3 guys standing neatly in front of his bed. One of them was holding a washcloth, one was holding food, and the last was holding a set of clean clothes. Seeing this, Gu Fei's clone could not help but frown. No wonder Tu Xiao liked being the leader of the ruffians so much. It turned out that being the leader of the ruffians had such benefits. With such enjoyment, Gu Fei's clone naturally had no reason to reject it. After washing his face, eating and dressing, he walked out of the barracks. The 3 guys were like servants, carefully following behind Gu Fei. When the surrounding people saw Gu Fei's clone, they instinctively made way. By this time, the news that Gu Fei's clone dared to confront General Tigerwind had already spread throughout the entire military camp at the East Gate. Now he was already a celebrity in the military camp at the East Gate. After all, not just in the Eastern Gate camp, even in the entire Black Chilin City, there had never been a confrontation between a lowly soldier and a general. How could a lowly soldier dare to provoke a general? Wasn't that the same as seeking death? However, something that had never happened before had happened. This would definitely cause a commotion. However, Hu Feng, the general from the Black Chilin City's Tiger clan, was a little embarrassed. At this moment, in the square of the military camp, countless soldiers were training, and their shouts were deafening. "Wang Zhan, is that you?" As the saying goes, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Gu Fei's clone met a guy he hated. This guy was Tu Xiao, who was followed by more than a dozen ruffians. Your injury healed quite quickly. Gu Fei's clone was a little surprised to see this guy. He had just taught this guy a lesson yesterday. Shouldn't this guy be hugging a bandage and lying on the bed like a corpse? It seemed like there was an expert treating this guy. Otherwise, how could this guy recover so quickly? You're about to die." Tu Xiao stared coldly at Gu Fei's clone. Chapter 56:14. The Tu clan was a large clan in Black Chilin City of the East Moon Empire, the East Moon Empire of the Limitless Realm. Of course, the Tu clan was very powerful in Black Chilin City, but in the entire East Moon Empire, the Tu clan's power was not taken seriously by the influential figures in the imperial court. Although Tu Xiao was the leader of a ruffian in the eastern barracks of Black Chilin City, he was a direct descendant of the Tu clan. His status in the Tu clan was much higher than that of the collateral descendants. Moreover, his uncle was the general of the Hu clan, Hu Feng. The reason why Tu Xiao could appear at the training field of the eastern barracks so energetically today was because there were experts in the clan who treated his injuries. That was why he could recover so quickly. It could not be helped. This was the benefit of having a backer. For example, Wang Zhan, who had been possessed by Gu Fei, did not have a backer. That was why he was bullied by Tu Xiao and the other ruffians in the barracks, and did not dare to resist. However, it was different now. Wang Zhan's spirit was already in a deep sleep. Wang Zhan was now a clone of Gu Fei, so he was naturally not afraid of these ruffians. Wang Zhan, you are at death's door, but you don't know it. How pitiful! Tu Xiao sneered at Gu Fei's doppelganger. I am at death's door. Gu Fei's clone laughed when he heard that. Have you become stupid after being beaten up by me? Gu Fei continued. What did you say? Tu Xiao was instantly enraged. At this moment, the surrounding soldiers retreated. Gu Fei's clone and Tu Xiao attracted the attention of many soldiers. Who are those two? In the distance, beside the training field, stood a lady in white with a veil. "Your Highness, that middle-aged man is Hu Feng's nephew. His name is Tu Shao. As for that young man, I don't know who he is." A middle-aged general in battle armor beside the lady in white said carefully, "Tu Shao, Hu Feng's nephew? The Tu clan and the Hu clan?" The lady in white said indifferently, "Wang Zhan, you're the F** king idiot. Did you eat breakfast? Do you know who gave you your breakfast?" Tu Shao stared at Gu Fei's doppelganger smugly. Gu Fei's clone couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. "You guessed it right. The breakfast you ate was sent to you by someone, and I also added something in it." The more Tu Shao spoke, the more excited he became. He couldn't wait to see this guy kneel down and beg for mercy. Despicable indeed. Gu Fei's doppelganger remained calm. "If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I'll spare your life. How about it?" Tu Shao said proudly. Gu Fei's doppelganger stared at Tu Shao, who was in front of him. Suddenly, he turned his hand and grabbed the soldier who had brought him breakfast. He lifted the soldier up into the air as if he was grabbing a chicken. "What do you want?" Tu Zhao's expression changed drastically. "Here's your man," Gu Fei's doppelganger said as he threw the man in his hand at Tu Zhao's feet. The sound of bones breaking was heard. The man lay on the ground and wailed. All the soldiers on the training field looked at Gu Fei's doppelganger. "What's happening?" "It's Tu Shao. There's going to be a good show." Tu Shao was famous in the East Gate military camp. Everyone knew this ruffian leader, and countless people had been bullied by this guy. Many people were unhappy to see Tu Shao bullying someone again, but no one dared to stand up for him. Tu Shao was backed by the Tu family and the Hu family. With such a strong backing, who would dare to provoke this guy? Most of the soldiers in the East Gate military camp didn't have a strong background. People like Tu Shao, who came from a big family and was a direct descendant, were rare. "Wang Zhan, are you tired of living?" Tu Shao stared at Gu Fei's doppelganger and said angrily. This guy was about to die, but he still dared to touch his man. He was courting death. "I'm tired of living. What can you do to me?" Gu Fei's doppelganger said indifferently. "You." Tu Shao was so angry that he didn't know what to say for a moment. "Don't tell me you really think I'm poisoned." Gu Fei suddenly laughed. "What?" Tu Zhao's shock was no small matter. Could it be that this guy was immune to all poisons? Or did he discover the food was poisoned in advance? Thinking of this, Tu Shao broke out in a cold sweat. At this time, he realized that Wang Zhan was like a different person. How could the previous Wang Zhan dare to go against him? The previous Wang Zhan didn't dare to make a sound, even if he was bullied like a dog by him. "How dare you provoke me again and again? The one who is tired of living is not me, but you." Gu Fei's doppelganger looked at the panic-stricken Tu Shao with a faint smile. Hearing this, Tu Shao stared at Gu Fei's doppelganger in horror. "What do you want?" "I'm a direct descendant of the Tu family. If you dare to touch me, I'll wipe out your entire family," Tu Shao said with a ferocious face. "You want to wipe out my entire family?" The smile on the face of Gu Fei's doppelganger disappeared in an instant, and a cold light shot out from his eyes. His family was his reverse scale, and no one was allowed to touch them. "So what if I want to wipe out your entire family?" Tu Shao roared with a stern expression. At this time, everyone around looked at Tu Shao. No one spoke, and the entire martial arts field fell silent. This little guy from the Tu family is really something. He wants to wipe out an entire family just because of a disagreement. Beside the martial arts field, the princess in white said coldly. The general beside Dong Yue Shui dared not speak. "Then I'll wipe you out first," Gu Fei's doppelganger said as he stepped on the ground with his right foot. Like an arrow, he rushed toward Tu Shao at an extremely fast speed. The peak of the human level. Seeing this, Dong Yue Shui's eyes lit up under her gauze hat. A mere warrior was actually a cultivator at the peak of the human level. He was really a hidden dragon. How could such a person be a mere soldier? A cultivator at the peak of the human level could at least be a centurion in the army, with 100 soldiers under his command. However, looking at the clothes he was wearing, he was clearly a mere soldier. The cultivation of Gu Fei's doppelganger had improved greatly. How could Tu Xiao be a match for him? Bam! Gu Fei's doppelganger's punch landed directly on Tu Xiao's face. In the next moment, Tu Xiao's face looked as if it had been dyed. It was extremely fascinating. Damn, this guy is a ruthless person. That's so cool. He actually dared to hit Tu Xiao. The surrounding warriors were all dumbfounded by the scene. No one could believe that a mere soldier would dare to attack Tu Xiao, the leader of the military gangsters. Chapter 56:15. In Black Chilin City, the training field at the East Gate Barracks was dead silent. Everyone was so shocked by the scene that their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. No one had expected that Wang Zhan would dare to attack Tu Xiao in front of so many people. Furthermore, he had knocked Tu Xiao to the ground with a single punch. Tu Xiao could not even block a single punch from Wang Zhan and was directly punched in the face. It felt so good. Everyone felt the pain watching from the side. Tu Xiao's subordinates were even more dumbfounded. After all, Tu Xiao was from the Tu family. The east side of Black Chilin City was the Tu family's territory. Moreover, Tu Xiao was a direct descendant of the Tu family. His status in the Tu family was naturally not ordinary. Wang Zhan actually hit a direct descendant of the Tu family in front of countless people. Wasn't this equivalent to giving the Tu family a resounding slap in the face? Among everyone present, no one was optimistic about Wang Zhan. In their eyes, Wang Zhan was just a soldier without any background or backing. Meanwhile, the Tu family in the east side of the city was a colossus in Black Chilin City. Most importantly, the Tu family had allied with the Hu family in the west side of the city. With the two powerful clans working together, even the city lord of Black Chilin City was somewhat wary of these two cultivation clans. However, Tu Xiao, a direct descendant of the Tu family, was actually beaten up by Wang Zhan. In everyone's eyes, Wang Zhan was definitely courting death. "You're crazy. How dare you hit my face?" Tu Xiao, who was knocked down by a single punch from Gu Fei's clone, was furious. When he was being taught a lesson by Gu Fei's clone yesterday, there were not that many people watching. However, he was completely humiliated now. Not only him, but the entire Tu family was also humiliated. This was because Tu Xiao was a direct descendant of the Tu family. In the next moment, the entire training field was in an uproar. This little guy is not simple. At the side of the training field, the little princess of the East Moon Empire, Dong Yueshui, who had been watching the show, said with a deep voice, "Go and investigate his background for me." Dong Yueshui said to the general beside her, "Understood." The general accepted the order and left. Dong Yueshui was really curious. This guy dared to hit Tu Xiao. He was really bold. Behind Tu Xiao was the Tu clan from the east side of the city. The people from the Tu family were not to be trifled with. "So what if I hit you?" Gu Fei's doppelganger said coldly. He was not Wang Zhan now, and he was not a coward who allowed Tu Xiao to bully him and did not dare to resist. Those who knew Wang Zhan felt that the current Wang Zhan was simply a different person. In the past, Wang Zhan would never have dared to provoke Tu Xiao, let alone teach him a lesson. "Trash like you. Get the hell out of my sight the next time you see me, understand? I don't want to see you." Gu Fei's doppelganger stepped forward and stepped on Tu Xiao. He looked down at the guy and said loudly, "Damn it." Tu Xiao was so furious that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was so angered by Gu Fei's clone that he vomited blood. "Young man, don't be too arrogant." At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Everyone hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice. They saw that the person who spoke was a battle general, and this battle general was actually Hu Feng. "What, are all the people from your Hu family the ones who bully the weak, the kind, and fear the evil?" Gu Fei's doppelganger looked at Hu Feng indifferently. "What did you say?" Hu Feng was instantly enraged when he heard this. However, he really could not bring himself to attack Gu Fei's doppelganger because this was the martial arts practice field, and there were countless pairs of eyes staring at him. With his status as an Earth-rank battle general, attacking a small soldier was a very embarrassing thing. Hu Feng naturally would not make a move against a small soldier in front of a large crowd. Of course, Hu Feng had already sent people to investigate Wang Zhan's background. This small soldier, called Wang Zhan, did not have any backing at all. This made Hu Feng depressed to the extreme. He was actually intimidated by a small soldier. This was really too embarrassing. And now, no matter how much Hu Feng wanted to get rid of Gu Fei's doppelganger, at this time, he could not attack Gu Fei's doppelganger. Of course, if he could not do it openly, Hu Feng could do it in the dark. It was as easy as flipping his hand to kill a small soldier without anyone noticing. "Do you want to attack me?" Gu Fei's doppelganger looked at Hu Feng with a smile that was not a smile. Humph! Hu Feng's expression was extremely ugly. He stared at Gu Fei's doppelganger. If looks could kill, Gu Fei's doppelganger would have died countless times. "Uncle, there's no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. This guy actually dares to look down on my Hu family. Then let me have a taste of him." Just as Hu Feng was about to go crazy, a voice suddenly sounded out from the crowd. Then a person walked out from the crowd. Gu Fei's doppelganger looked at the guy who walked out from the crowd, and his pupils couldn't help but contract. This was a young man with red lips, white teeth, and a delicate face. Judging from this young man's appearance, he couldn't see the depth of this young man at all. Hu Wu. When Hu Feng saw the person, he couldn't help but be startled. He didn't expect to see this nephew in the East Gate military camp. What, he's Hu Wu? The surrounding people who were watching the show were all shocked because Hu Wu was a famous person in Black Chilin City. He was a cultivation genius and was the #1 person in the younger generation that the Hu family had nurtured. Hu Wu's cultivation had almost caught up to Hu Feng's. "Nephew, you have to be careful." As Hu Feng spoke, he actually retreated. The surrounding people also retreated far away. This was a battle between experts. If they were accidentally affected, it would definitely be a rhythm of death or injury. Another one looking for abuse. Gu Fei said coldly, "We still don't know who will abuse who." The white-clothed young man said with a gloomy face. He stared at Gu Fei's doppelganger and could attack at any time. Gu Fei's doppelganger didn't say anything else and directly threw a punch at the guy called Hu Wu. A burst of fist energy exploded from his fist. Everyone felt a strong wind blowing against their faces, and their faces were faintly aching. Swish! The white-clothed young man dodged and directly dodged the punch from Gu Fei's doppelganger. Two figures moved quickly on the martial arts field, and the concentrated sounds of collisions constantly rang out. Powerful yuan qi waves spread out, forcing the spectators to continuously retreat. 10,000 swords facing the sect, Gu Fei's doppelganger shouted. In the next moment, countless sword lights rushed out from his body and pierced towards the white-clothed young man at an extremely fast speed. The earth-shattering sword light fell towards Hu Wu. When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned. How did this Wang Zhan suddenly become so powerful? Chapter 56:16. Gu Fei descended upon the limitless realm with a wisp of his divine sense. His divine sense possessed the body of a soldier who was on the verge of death. Hence, he changed his name to Guzhan and used the name Guzhan to roam the limitless realm. However, Gu Fei did not know what the surname Gu represented in the limitless realm. Since he possessed the body of the soldier from Black Chilin City of the East Moon Empire called Wang Zhan, Gu Fei naturally owed Wang Zhan a huge favor. He possessed Wang Zhan's body, so he naturally inherited everything from Wang Zhan. There were indeed many people who bullied Wang Zhan in the barracks at the east gate of Black Chilin City, and this ruffian leader, Tu Shao, even ordered Wang Zhan around like a slave. If he was slightly displeased, Tu Xiao would beat Wang Zhan up. As time passed, Wang Zhan naturally accumulated a belly full of anger, and he also hated Tu Xiao to the bone. However, Tu Xiao's background was too powerful, and he could not afford to offend him. Hence, Wang Zhan swallowed his anger and did not dare to speak up. However, the current Wang Zhan was no longer the original Wang Zhan. He was now a clone of Gu Fei. Who was Gu Fei? How could he let these ruffians bully him? Hence, Tu Xiao was unlucky. However, Tu Xiao's backing was too powerful. After beating Tu Xiao, Hu immediately jumped out. This Hu was the #1 person in the younger generation of the East Martial Cities Hu clan. Moreover, what made Gu Fei's clone somewhat apprehensive was that he actually could not see through this fellow's cultivation. Ever since he came to the Limitless Realm, this was the first time such a situation had occurred. With his eyesight, he actually could not see through this fellow's cultivation. How is this possible? Could it be that this fellow actually had a treasure that could conceal his cultivation? The Limitless Realm was the most perfect superworld that Gu Fei knew of. This world had a mysterious law of longevity, and the living beings in the Limitless Realm all had an almost infinite lifespan. He had just arrived, so there were many things that he did not understand about this world. Facing this Hu, Gu Fei's doppelganger did not dare to be negligent. He immediately used the 10,000 swords greeting. This was a super killer move in the Sword Dao. Once this move was used, regardless of whether the opponent was a single person or an army, they would be directly swept away by this move. Countless sword lights covered the sky and earth as they pierced towards Hu, directly sealing off all of Hu's escape routes. An expert's skill could be seen the moment they made their move. When Gu Fei's clone used this move, even Dong Yue Shui, who was watching from outside the training field, was shocked. This little fellow was indeed not simple. At this moment, Hu was even more shocked. However, he did not panic. In the next moment, his body shook and an incomparably powerful force directly erupted from his body. A phantom of a large golden bell emerged from his body and shrouded him within it. All the sword lights that Gu Fei's doppelganger sent out landed on the huge bell shadow that emerged from Hu's body and were blocked. Golden bell protection? Someone exclaimed. Looks like I've underestimated you. Hu stared at Gu Fei's doppelganger, his eyes as sharp as lightning. TCH, you only realize now? Gu Fei's doppelganger said disapprovingly. I didn't expect you to be a sword cultivator. Hu said coldly, there are many things that you can't imagine. Gu Fei's doppelganger said with a faint smile. Hu had blocked the 10,000 swords greeting from Gu Fei's doppelganger, causing everyone to be shocked. At this moment, the golden bell shadow on Hu's body disappeared into his body. Then his skin actually turned golden. Invincible golden body. Outside the training field, Dong Yue Shui, could not help but be shocked when she saw this. This Black Qilin City's Hu clan had actually mastered this, once renowned, mystical art? Invincible golden body was a divine ability that could only be obtained when the golden body, invincible mysterious art, was cultivated to the peak. And the golden body, invincible mysterious art, was known as one of the top mystical arts in the boundless realm. However, this mystical art had long been lost. For countless years, no one had been able to master the complete golden body, invincible mysterious art. Without the complete golden body, invincible mysterious art, naturally no one could cultivate this mystical art successfully. However, today, this mystical art had actually appeared on Hu. Even Dong Yue Shui, the princess of Dongyue Empire, was extremely envious of this mystical art. It seemed like she had underestimated the Black Qilin Cities Hu clan. The Black Qilin Cities Hu clan had really hidden themselves well. Swoosh! At this moment, Hu's figure suddenly disappeared on the spot. At the same time, Gu Fei's doppelganger directly kicked out with extreme speed. Bam! The kick of Gu Fei's doppelganger directly collided with Hu's fist. A powerful shockwave spread in all directions. Gu Fei only felt a huge force coming from his opponent's fist. His entire body involuntarily flew several meters away before landing on the ground. Meanwhile, Hu also took a few steps back. With every step he took, he left a deep footprint on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. The ground of the training field of the Eastgate military camp was paved with incomparably sturdy bluestone slabs. The two of them were still in a stalemate. Neither of them seemed to be able to do anything to the other. Wild wind sweeping leaf kick. Gu Fei's doppelganger roared. In the next moment, countless leg shadows appeared in the void and kicked fiercely towards Huwu. Heavenly Tiger Fist. As Huwu spoke, he desperately used both his fists to meet the leg shadows kicked out by Gu Fei's doppelganger. Concentrated sounds of collisions rang out continuously. It was just an instant, and no one knew who would be able to suppress the other. More and more soldiers gathered in the square to watch the show. Everyone knew that Wang Zhan was challenging the number one of the Hu clan's younger generation, Huwu. Therefore, all the cultivators in Black Qilin City rushed towards the East Gate military camp. However, not everyone could enter the East Gate military camp. One had to know that at this time, who would dare to act recklessly? How could this guy? Everyone who was watching the show didn't think that Wang Zhan would be the number one of the Hu clan's younger generation. In close combat, even Hu wasn't strong enough. Very quickly, Huwu was sent flying by a punch from Gu Fei's doppelganger. He was already coughing up blood in the air. Peak of the mortal level. Gu Fei's doppelganger stared at Huwu, who had landed on the ground. At this moment, he could feel this guy's aura. The moment Huwu landed on the ground, Gu Fei's doppelganger followed him like a shadow and instantly appeared in front of Huwu. Then, a fist directly smashed onto Huwu's face. Roar! Huwu let out a blood-curdling scream and was directly sent flying. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. How could this Wang Zhan master such a powerful divine ability and combat skill? This didn't make sense. This guy was definitely hiding an earth-shattering secret. You're not my match. Hu Feng, come out and fight me if you have the guts. Chapter 56:17. Huwu was worthy of being the number one person in the younger generation of the Black Qilin City's Hu family. His cultivation was at the peak of the human level. He was one of the best in the entire Black Qilin City's younger generation. Unfortunately, he encountered Gu Fei's clone. Although Gu Fei only entered the infinite realm as a strand of his soul, his clone also possessed his knowledge and experience, especially battle experience. Cultivation could disappear, but experience couldn't. Gu Fei's clone also had the confidence to become stronger and stronger. He also had the strength to challenge experts of higher cultivation. He sent Huwu flying with a punch, then set his eyes on Hu Feng, the initial realm of the earth level. Hu Feng and Huwu were different. Hu Feng had cultivated for much longer than Huwu. His battle experience and knowledge were not something Huwu could compare to. Gu Fei's clone defeating, who had already dumbfounded everyone. Now he actually challenged Hu Feng. This was simply courting death. In the infinite realm, although there were also heaven-defying existences who could challenge those of higher cultivation, in the East Moon Empire, especially in Black Qilin City, there had never been such a heaven-defying super genius. Could it be that Wang Zhan really had some fortuitous encounter? Little guy, you're not qualified to be my opponent. Hu Feng said indifferently, I'm not qualified to be your opponent. Gu Fei's clone could not help but be stunned when he heard that. However, he understood very quickly. He was not an unparalleled existence in the infinite realm. He was just a little guy at the peak of the human level here. Your opponent is me. At this moment, Huwu, who was sent flying by Gu Fei's clone, slowly stood up. His face was covered in blood, and a few of his teeth were knocked out. His words were leaking. His nose, which was originally tall and straight, had collapsed, and his nose was bleeding profusely. My handsome face! Hu Wu stared at Gu Fei's clone. His eyes were red, and he wanted to pounce on Gu Fei's clone and tear it to pieces. He was originally handsome, but now he was in an extremely sorry state. Gu Fei's clone had slapped Hu Wu's face. This was a huge grudge. You almost died. Gu Fei's clone did not put Hu Wu in his eyes at all. Kill! Hu Wu was enraged. In the next moment, he stomped on the ground with his right foot and leaped up from the ground. He pounced ferociously at Gu Fei's clone. What? The surrounding people were shocked when they saw this scene. Hu Wu actually wanted to fight Wang Zhan. At this time, everyone could see that Hu Wu wasn't Wang Zhan's opponent. Hu Wu still wanted to fight Wang Zhan. Wasn't he looking for trouble? Hu Wu's body was enveloped in a layer of golden radiance. His skin was golden in color, and powerful energy, fluctuations erupted from his body. Invincible golden body? Gu Fei's doppelganger found out from the mouths of the surrounding people that Hu Wu cultivated this mysterious technique. This was actually a kind of body-refining mysterious technique. Hu Wu's battle body was incomparably powerful. However, in terms of physical strength, no magic skill could compare to Gu Fei, who practiced martial arts. A martial artist's martial body was the most powerful body. Of course, Gu Fei's spiritual had just taken over Wang Zhan's physical body and had not had time to properly refine this physical body. If he fought Hu Wu head-on now, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Swish! Gu Fei's doppelganger used the 8 desolate steps and moved rapidly in the void, constantly dodging. He did not want to fight Hu Wu head-on. Bang! Boom! A dull sound resounded. Without any suspense, Hu Wu was sent flying by Gu Fei's doppelganger again. After sending Hu Wu flying, Gu Fei's doppelganger chased after him and stomped him down from the sky. Bang! The ground was shaking. Gu Fei's doppelganger descended from the sky and stomped down on Hu Wu. Damn it! Hu Wu used his divine ability. Golden divine chains rushed out from his body and wrapped around Gu Fei's doppelganger in an instant. The divine chains that were emitting golden light weren't real divine chains. Instead, they were condensed from the power of the metal element. However, they were like real divine chains. They emitted a sonorous sound as if they were real divine chains. Gu Fei's doppelganger was instantly wrapped up, and he could not help but be shocked. The surrounding spectators were also dumbfounded when they saw this scene. This Hu Wu was not someone with an undeserved reputation. He actually had such a move. Go and die. Hu Wu became ruthless and attacked with all his strength. The divine chains that were wrapped around Gu Fei's doppelganger immediately tightened, wanting to strangle Gu Fei's doppelganger to death. At the same time, he actually floated up from the ground. At this moment, Gu Fei's doppelganger suddenly laughed. What? Seeing that Gu Fei's doppelganger could still laugh at this moment, Hu Wu could not help but be moved. Open for me. In the next moment, Gu Fei's doppelganger instantly stopped smiling and let out a furious roar. An extremely powerful wave of energy burst out from his body. Boom! A wave of fiery light burst out from his body. It was as if he had turned into a god of fire, giving off a feeling of unparalleled power, using fire to subdue metal. Outside the martial arts field, Dong Yueshui, Er's eyes lit up when she saw Gu Fei's doppelganger's divine ability. This guy seems to have quite a background. Hu Wu's was of the metal element, while Gu Fei's doppelganger's was of the fire element. Gu Fei's doppelganger's entire body seemed to be burning with a ball of divine fire. The golden divine chains that were wrapped around Gu Fei's doppelganger immediately shattered inch by inch, then were devoured by his martial body. How is this possible? Seeing this, Hu Wu was extremely shocked. His eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets, and his face was filled with disbelief. This guy can actually devour my vitality. Hu Wu was immediately pushed back by the power that burst out from Gu Fei's doppelganger. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Seeing the scene, everyone was extremely shocked. Even so, Hu Wu still wanted to fight. Without a word, He continued to press towards Gu Fei's doppelganger. Again. Gu Fei's doppelganger could not help but frown. This guy is really difficult to deal with. He still wants to fight in this state? Has he become stupid after being beaten up by me? Huwu's battle intent surged. A mysterious golden pattern of the Tao appeared on his forehead, and the surrounding spiritual energy of the world actually gathered towards him. Golden Dragon Flurry. Huwu's hair danced wildly. He directly threw a punch at Gu Fei's doppelganger. Instantly, countless golden dragon shadows appeared in the void and pounced towards Gu Fei's doppelganger. They were extremely fast and ferocious. These were not real dragons, but they were extremely powerful. The dragons danced wildly, and each dragon's shadow exploded with a powerful energy wave. Hu was really forced into a corner by Gu Fei's doppelganger. He wanted to fight with his life on the line against Gu Fei's doppelganger. Chapter 56:18. Boundless Realm, Easternmost Region, East Moon Dynasty. The training field of the East Gate military camp of Black Chilin City was bustling with noise and excitement. The leader of the ruffians, Tu Shao, was tortured by a lowly soldier. Not only did this lowly soldier torture Tu Shao, but he also forced Huwu, the number one of the young generation of the Black Chilin City's Hu clan, to fight with his life on the line. At this moment, the soldiers in Black Chilin City who received the news were all rushing to the East Gate military camp. They were all extremely curious about the lowly soldier who dared to challenge the number one of the young generation of the Hu clan. One should know that Huwu was one of the best among the young generation of the Black Chilin City. A lowly soldier actually dared to challenge Huwu. Wasn't he courting death? However, out of everyone's expectations, not only did this lowly soldier torture Tu Shao, but he also forced the number one of the young generation of the Hu clan to fight with his life on the line. Golden Dragon Flurry. Huwu, who was forced into a corner by Gu Fei's clone, immediately used his trump card. He punched out, and the fist force turned into countless golden dragon shadows that rushed out from his fist, pouncing towards Gu Fei's clone. Every golden dragon shadow burst out with an extremely powerful wave of primordial qi. In the boundless realm, those at the peak of the human level could release their inner qi to attack and kill their opponents. In fact, this was also a basic killing ability in other worlds. Releasing inner qi and transforming it to kill the enemy was a simple task for Gu Fei's original body. However, it was the strongest divine sense he could use for this doppelganger. I'll use Golden Bell Shield too. After saying that, Gu Fei's doppelganger's body trembled. In the next moment, a huge golden bell appeared on his body and then enveloped him. The golden dragon shadow formed by Huwu's fist force instantly collided with a huge golden bell. Boom! With a deafening sound, the golden bell vibrated, and the golden dragon shadows were sent flying, then dissipated in the void. What? Seeing this, Huwu was stunned. How could this guy also know the golden body, invincible, mysterious technique? How was this possible? This mysterious technique was a secret technique of the Hu clan. In fact, this mysterious art was only obtained by an ancestor of the Tiger clan, and it was only an incomplete copy of the golden body, indestructible, mysterious art. For countless years, within the Hu family, no one was able to cultivate this mysterious technique to the small success stage and condense the golden body, until the genius Huwu appeared. Huwu was worthy of being called the genius of the Hu clan. He had actually managed to cultivate the powerful and incomplete golden body, indestructible, mysterious art to the beginner level, tempering his fleshly body to the point where it was much stronger than ordinary cultivators. Unfortunately, he encountered Gu Fei's doppelganger. Gu Fei's doppelganger had plenty of ways to deal with this kind of mysterious technique. Therefore, in the eyes of others, the golden body, indestructible, mysterious art was not worth mentioning at all in the eyes of Gu Fei's clone. Dumbfounded, right? Haha. Gu Fei's doppelganger laughed. Impossible. How is this possible? Who are you? Hu Wu was really shocked by Gu Fei's doppelganger. Could it be that this little fellow also obtained the golden body, indestructible mysterious art? The golden body, indestructible mysterious art was very famous in the limitless realm. However, this mysterious art was already lost. In the entire limitless realm, no one possessed the complete golden body, indestructible mysterious art cultivation method. However, there were quite a number of incomplete golden body, indestructible mysterious art circulating within the limitless realm's cultivation world. The incomplete golden body, indestructible mysterious art that Black Qilin cities Hu family obtained was just one of them. Furthermore, this incomplete mysterious art of the Hu family was severely lacking. In my eyes, there's nothing that's impossible in this world. Gu Fei's doppelganger said nonchalantly. What high-sounding sentiments! Hu Wu was alarmed and enraged. This opponent was seriously too powerful. At this time, Hu Feng, who was watching the show by the side, stared at Gu Fei's doppelganger. His pupils involuntarily constricted. This little fellow cannot be left alive. Looks like I have to find a chance to dispose of this little fellow. Furthermore, the way Hu Feng saw it, this little fellow definitely had another incomplete, golden body, indestructible, mysterious art on him. Hu Feng was extremely envious of this incomplete, golden body, indestructible, mysterious art. However, even if he wanted to get rid of Gu Fei's doppelganger, he could not do it in front of so many people. Even he had his reservations, because in Black Qilin City, Hu knew how many pairs of eyes were staring at the Hu family, especially the Longxiang family. The Longxiang family was the sworn enemy of the Hu family and the Tu family. For the past hundreds of years, the two camps in Black Qilin City had been constantly fighting openly and covertly. That's the truth. Gu Fei's doppelganger said disapprovingly, I don't believe I can't kill you. Hu roared and attacked. Countless fist shadows appeared in the void, directly blasting towards Gu Fei's doppelganger. The violent fist energy exploded, causing the surrounding people to retreat far away. However, what shocked Hu Wu was that the guy in front of him was also punching. Furthermore, the move was exactly the same as his. What the hell? Hu Wu was dumbfounded. A concentrated collision sound resounded. The fist shadows unleashed by Gu Fei's doppelganger actually accurately blocked the fist shadows that were blasting towards him. This was the Black Qilin cities Hu family's secret technique, the Heavenly Tiger Fist. How could this guy even know the Heavenly Tiger Fist? How was that possible? Hu Wu was quite frightened by this move of Gu Fei's doppelganger. Forget about the golden body, indestructible, mysterious art. In the limitless realm, the incomplete version of this mysterious art was not a secret, because the incomplete version of the golden body, indestructible, mysterious art was actually very badly damaged. Even if an ordinary person had the incomplete version of the golden body, indestructible, mysterious art, they would not be able to cultivate anything. And it was not impossible for this guy called Wang Zhan to obtain the incomplete version of the golden body, indestructible, mysterious art. However, not everyone could cultivate the Heavenly Tiger Fist. Even for the Hu family, only the direct descendants could cultivate the Heavenly Tiger Fist, not to mention outsiders. Hu Wu was certain that this soldier called Wang Zhan was definitely not from the Hu family. He was not from the Hu family, yet he mastered the Heavenly Tiger Fist. If he did not see it with his own eyes, who would believe that there was someone in this world who also cultivated the Heavenly Tiger Fist? The two of them were still punching out. Countless, incomparably dull sounds of collision rang out continuously. Very quickly, Hu Wu was hit by a punch from Gu Fei's doppelganger and was directly sent flying. Hu Wu directly smashed under Hu Feng's feet. Can't even withstand a single blow. Gu Fei's doppelganger said disdainfully, Wah. Hearing that, Hu Wu directly vomited blood from anger. Follow me. Don't embarrass yourself here. Hu Feng suddenly appeared, directly grabbed Hu Wu, rushed into the sky, and directly left the East Gate military camp. Today, their Hu family's face was almost completely lost. Tisk, all cowards. Gu Fei's doppelganger originally wanted to find Hu Feng to practice with, but Hu Feng did not pay attention to him. As Hu Feng brought Hu Wu away, the show could no longer continue. The countless soldiers in the surroundings also began to gradually disperse. However, everyone was very curious about the identity of Gu Fei's doppelganger. Who exactly was this guy? Call this guy to see me. Outside the martial arts field, Dong Yue Shui said to a general beside her. Yes, Your Highness. Chapter 56:19. Wang Zhan's doppelganger had amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. Everyone who knew Wang Zhan was indescribably shocked. How could this Wang Zhan suddenly become so powerful that he could defeat the #1 expert of the Hu clan's younger generation? Hu Wu of the Black Qilin City's Hu clan was an outstanding talent among the entire Black Qilin City's younger generation. In this Black Qilin City, who didn't know of Hu Wu? But today Hu Wu, whose name shook Black Qilin City, was defeated by a mere soldier. When the news spread, the entire city was shocked, and the patriarch of the Hu clan was even more furious. This was too embarrassing. Hu Wu was the #1 of the Hu clan's younger generation, and he was actually defeated by a mere soldier. Could it be that someone wanted to attack the Hu clan? And it was at this time. Right now, Black Qilin City was already surrounded by the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire. The army outside the city could attack at any time, so now was the time to unite. Who dared to cause trouble at this time? The Longxiang clan definitely wouldn't dare. The Tu clan and the Hu clan were allies, so the Tu clan wouldn't attack the Hu clan. And the royal family of the East Moon Empire, the East Moon clan, wouldn't attack the Hu clan at this time either. The Hu clan couldn't think of anyone who dared to touch the Hu clan. Not even in their dreams would they imagine that the little soldier, Wang Zhan, had already become a clone of Gu Fei in the Limitless Realm. And Gu Fei's clone was also targeting the Hu clan. He only wanted to teach those who dared to provoke him a lesson, to let them know that the current Wang Zhan wasn't someone to be trifled with. Since he was using Wang Zhan's identity, he had to do something for him. Right now, he couldn't use his own identity. Gu Fei's clone was very clear about his situation. As long as he hadn't truly risen in the Limitless Realm, he couldn't use his own identity to walk around in the Limitless Realm, because he had enemies in the Limitless Realm. That sacred Lord Void Sky wasn't someone to be trifled with. Sacred Lord Void Sky almost killed Gu Fei in order to break open the Limitless Realm's barrier. How could Gu Fei let this grudge go? As Hu Feng brought Hu Wu away, the show finally came to an end, and Princess Dong Yue directly summoned Gu Fei's clone. Little guy, come with me. Gu Fei's clone was about to return to the barracks when a general suddenly appeared in front of him. Follow you. Gu Fei's doppelganger glanced at the general. This guy was a big guy. He was tall and muscular, full of power. Just follow me. Why are you being so long-winded? Longxiang Man shouted. At this moment, the surrounding people all retreated far away. They all looked at Dragon Elephant Man and Gu Fei's clone in shock. Everyone was very curious about what was going on. The Dragon Elephant General is actually looking for Wang Zhan? That's the Dragon Elephant General. Which soldier in the whole Black Qilin City didn't know the Dragon Elephant Barbarian? Half of the army in Black Qilin City was in the hands of the Dragon Elephant Barbarian, and the other half was in the hands of the Tiger Clan and the Tu Clan. Of course, this was Black Qilin City, and all the troops had to listen to the Black Qilin City Lord. But now, Princess Dong Yue Shui was personally overseeing Black Qilin City, so even the Black Qilin City Lord had to listen to Princess Dong Yue. Princess Dong Yue was the most powerful person in Black Qilin City now. Why should I go with you? Gu Fei's clone said indifferently. The people watching the show at the side couldn't help but give Gu Fei's clone a thumbs up when they heard this. What a great guy! How dare he speak to the Dragon Elephant General like this? Is he courting death? Little guy, come with me. I won't mistreat you. Dragon Elephant Man was a little impatient. Gu Fei's clone pondered for a moment and then said, "Lead the way." He was also very curious about who wanted to see him, but he soon thought of a person, and that was that princess of the Dongyue Empire. Gu Fei's clone had long discovered that Dongyue Shui was watching the show outside the martial arts field. So, Dragon Elephant Man led the way in front. They directly left the military camp and walked onto the street. At this time, the streets of Black Qilin City were filled with the figures of soldiers in armor. The whole city was still searching for the secret agents of the tyrannical Sky Empire. At this time, Dongyue Shui did not dare to be careless. Black Qilin City was very important. If Black Qilin City was breached by the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire, then the entire Dongyue Empire would be in danger. Dragon Elephant Man directly led Gu Fei's clone to the city lord's mansion. Along the way, the soldiers all bowed respectfully when they saw Dragon Elephant Man and then retreated to the side. Gu Fei's doppelganger discovered that there was a huge building at the end of the street. This building was like a giant beast lying there. Even though it was far away, it gave off a strong sense of oppression. Dragon Elephant Man directly led Gu Fei's clone to the city lord's mansion. Soon, Dragon Elephant Man and Gu Fei's clone arrived at the gate of the city lord's mansion. Opening the gate, Gu Fei's clone and Dragon Elephant Man directly walked in. The main hall of the city lord's mansion was empty. Not even a ghost could be seen. However, on the throne in the middle of the hall sat a white-robed woman. This white-robed woman was probably Dongyue Shui. Your Highness, I've brought her." Dragon Elephant Man stepped forward and said respectfully to the white-robed woman. Gu Fei's clone stared at Dongyue Shui on the throne. He actually couldn't see through her. Seeing the little guy staring at her, Dongyue Shui couldn't help but frown. How dare a lowly soldier be so rude? In the eyes of Dongyue Shui, Gu Fei's clone was just a lowly soldier. She was a high and mighty princess. "Who are you?" Dongyue Shui asked directly. "Me? Why should I tell you?" Gu Fei's clone retracted his gaze. Dongyue Shui was wearing a veil, so he couldn't see her appearance at all. "Don't be presumptuous in front of Her Highness." Dragon Elephant Man growled from the side. "So it's Her Highness. I apologize for my impoliteness." Gu Fei's clone smiled. "Tell me, who are you?" Dongyue Shui's voice was calm, but she was also very curious. "Me? I'm just a nobody." Gu Fei's avatar said with a smile. "You're a nobody?" Dongyue Shui's voice turned cold. "A nobody can defeat Huwu of the Tiger Clan." Dongyue Shui continued. "Seems like this guy isn't willing to obediently tell me where he came from. Sigh, all right. You want to ask me how I managed to cultivate my cultivation, right? Unfortunately, the rules of my sect forbid me from telling you anything about my sect. I hope Your Highness won't take offense." Gu Fei's clone began to bluff. Without a mysterious and powerful sect, how could he suppress Dongyue Shui? Dongyue Shui stared at Gu Fei's clone as her mind raced. Does this guy really have a powerful sect behind him? This is going to be troublesome. Chapter 56:20. In the easternmost region, in the Great Hall of Black Qilin City of the East Moon Empire, Gu Fei's clone started to bluff. It couldn't be helped. He wasn't strong enough, so he had to bluff to make up for it. Gu Fei's clone felt bitter. "It's too hard for me. I have to bluff to survive in the everlasting realm. If I was in the void realm or even the human realm or the eternal world, would I be living so miserably?" Although he was very unhappy, Gu Fei's clone still had to bluff. "You're Wang Zhan, a lowly soldier in the East Gate Barracks of Black Qilin City, right?" In the great hall on the throne, Princess Dongyue stared at Gu Fei's clone through her veil and said in a dignified tone. Seeing this, Gu Fei's clone was not surprised. Someone who had been in a high position for a long time like Princess Dongyue would naturally have a kind of prestige. Even though Princess Dongyue was a woman, She still had the prestige of a person in a high position. However, for Gu Fei's clone, it was impossible for Princess Dongyue to intimidate him. What had he not experienced along the way? He was not a true rookie, so he would not be intimidated by a great figure like Princess Dongyue. Moreover, you have a mother and a young sister at home, Princess Dongyue continued. Although it had only been an extremely short amount of time, she had still managed to learn everything about little Pawn King Jean, whom Gu Fei's soul had possessed. With Princess Dongyue's influence in Black Qilin City, it was a piece of cake for her to investigate Wang Zhan's background. However, she would never have guessed that Wang Zhan was no longer the Wang Zhan of the past. He was no longer the Wang Zhan of the past. He was now a clone of Gu Fei in the unbounded realm. Gu Fei's clone was not Wang Zhan, so he would not allow others to bully him. What does your highness mean? Gu Fei's clone couldn't help feeling a bit displeased. He had possessed Wang Zhan's physical body and was currently using Wang Zhan's identity. If someone wanted to target Wang Zhan's family, that would be unacceptable. He had no respect for Princess Dongyue at all. Nothing. I just wanted to remind you that your home is in Black Qilin City. She was very curious about this soldier, as not only did he not greet her when he saw her, he did not show any respect to her at all. That's right. It seemed like this little soldier had something to rely on. Only those who had confidence would be calm and composed, because everything was under their control. Are you threatening me? Gu Fei's doppelganger suddenly smiled. How dare I threaten you? You have an expert backing you. Princess Dongyue's tone was still calm. I say, Your Highness, stop beating around the bush. Tell me, what do you want? Gu Fei's doppelganger said impatiently. These people were just troublesome. It was supposed to be a simple matter, but they just had to make it so complicated. Smart. Princess Dongyue gave a thumbs up to Gu Fei's clone below the throne. How about this? Why don't you be my guard? Princess Dongyue continued. Who cares what kind of expert this guy has behind him? I'll just tie this guy to my side first. If this guy really has an expert behind him, then the expert behind him won't just watch this guy die like that. What? Gu Fei's doppelganger was startled. Princess Dongyue actually wanted him to be her guard? This was something he had never expected. He originally thought that Princess Dongyue would use Wang Zhan's family to threaten him to reveal his so-called master's background. What? You're not willing? If you can be my guard, I'll bring your mother and sister to the city, Lord's mansion. You should know that the safest place in the entire Black Qilin City is the city, Lord's mansion. Princess Dongyue stared at Gu Fei's doppelganger. Because of the veil, Gu Fei's doppelganger could not see Princess Dongyue's appearance at all, nor could he see her expression. This is indeed the safest place. Gu Fei's doppelganger could not help but nod. However, Princess Dongyue brought Wang Zhan's mother and sister into the city, Lord's mansion. Wasn't this a way to use them as hostages? So you agree to be my guard? The kind that keeps you close. Princess Dongyue smiled. Personal guard. Gu Fei's doppelganger was in disbelief. Dragon Elephant Man was also dumbfounded when he heard Princess Dongyue's words. The dignified Princess Dongyue actually wanted a lowly soldier to be her guard, and a personal guard at that. Did Her Highness really value this lowly soldier that much? I'm a man, and I want to be your personal guard? Are you serious? Gu Fei's doppelganger looked at Princess Dongyue on the throne with a solemn expression. I'm very serious. What's the difference between a man and a woman? It's fine as long as you're capable. If you're capable enough, it's not impossible for you to become my son-in-law. Princess Dongyue said mischievously. Gu Fei's doppelganger was shocked by Princess Dongyue. Is Princess Dongyue flirting with me? Ahem. Your Highness, please conduct yourself. I'm not such a casual person. Gu Fei's doppelganger said awkwardly. Tisk, you're daydreaming. Do you think this princess is a casual person? Princess Dongyue was really angered by this lowly soldier. Tell me, are you willing to be my personal guard? Princess Dongyue was a little impatient. I'm willing. Why wouldn't I be willing? It's such a good job. Whoever doesn't want to do it is a fool. Do I look like a fool to you? Gu Fei's doppelganger suddenly said with a smile. Good. Dragon Elephant Man. Take him to take a bath and change his clothes. Princess Dongyue was very happy. Yes, Your Highness. Dragon Elephant Man hurriedly accepted the order. He never thought that Her Highness would take a fancy to this sloppy, lowly soldier and want him to be her personal guard. What does Her Highness want? Dragon Elephant Man was very envious of Gu Fei's doppelganger. After all, Gu Fei's doppelganger was going to become Her Highness Princess Dongyue's personal guard, and Her Highness's personal guard had always been female. Moreover, Dragon Elephant Man had never heard of a male guard among Princess Dongyue's personal guards. Gu Fei's doppelganger directly followed Dragon Elephant Man out of the main hall of the city, Lord's mansion, to take a bath and change his clothes. He really did not take Princess Dongyue seriously, nor did he have any respect for her. This was not an act, because his original body was a supreme existence of the infinite prime realm. Why would Gu Fei's doppelganger care about a mere princess of an empire? However, his current priority was to survive. In the entire Black Chilin City, the place where Princess Dongyue was definitely the safest place. Being Princess Dongyue's personal guard seemed to be not bad. Then I'll play with this princess. Chapter 56:21. Princess Dongyue Shui, or actually wanted Gu Fei's clone to be her personal bodyguard. This made Gu Fei's clone very surprised. What was Princess Dongyue trying to do? Who cares what she wants to do? I want to live first. With the current cultivation of Gu Fei's clone, it was really difficult for him to survive in the upcoming battle. His cultivation was still too low. In this kind of battle, where countless people swarmed and thousands of soldiers and horses charged and broke through the enemy lines, even a cultivator at the peak of the human level would be like a lone boat in the raging sea, drowned at any time. Gu Fei's clone knew very well that with his cultivation, how could he resist the tide-like army of the tyrannical Sky Empire? As the princess of the Dongyue Empire, anyone could die except for Her Royal Highness, because the Dongyue Empire could not just watch as their princess became a captive of the tyrannical Sky Empire. Right now, the safest place in the entire Black Chilin City was probably the city lord's residence. Of course, if a battle really broke out, the city lord's residence would also become the most dangerous place in the entire city, because the people of the tyrannical Sky Empire had long set their eyes on Princess Dongyue. How is it? Did you find out? Just as Gu Fei's clone was taken to bathe and change by the Dragon Elephant Man, a mysterious black figure suddenly appeared in the main hall of the city lord's residence. The black figure did not speak and only shook his head. What? Even you can't find out the origin of the person behind that lowly soldier? Princess Dongyue was shocked because she was very clear about the ability of this mysterious person. There was nothing in this world that the mysterious person's background could not be found out. This was because this mysterious person came from the Netherworld organization. This organization was mysterious and unpredictable, like a ghost. Moreover, this organization was also the largest intelligence organization in the limitless realm. Others sold cultivation resources to earn what they needed, but they sold information. It had to be said that some confidential information was indeed very valuable. What the Netherworld organization did was to collect intelligence and sell it to people or organizations that needed it. There was such a mysterious person hidden beside Princess Dongyue. This is really getting more and more interesting. Princess Dongyue smiled. Never in her wildest dreams would she have thought that Gu Fei's doppelganger was just fooling her. There was no such thing as a mysterious sect, no such thing as a mysterious expert. It was all made up by Gu Fei's doppelganger. Even if the Netherworld organization was extremely capable, they could not find out anything. At this moment, many people in Black Chilin City had their eyes on Gufei Clone because he had shocked everyone in the training field at the Eastern Gate military camp. When the tyrannical Sky Empire army surrounded the city, a person suddenly appeared in the Eastern Gate military camp. Such a person naturally attracted the attention from various forces. At this time, within the tyrannical Sky Empire's army camp, Lord Ba Fei and Commander-in-Chief Wu Liang were also looking for spies. Because Gufei's clone had infiltrated the camp, both Ba Fei and Wu Liang were furious. Dong Yue did not Fei, Gufei Dong Yue Fei. However, they were destined to be unable to find anything, as Gufei's clone had already become Princess Dong Yue's personal guard at this moment. The news that Gufei's clone was summoned by the princess and did not return spread. The entire military camp was in an uproar, and everyone was guessing what had happened. The person who was most worried about Gufei's clone was naturally Black Tiger. He and Wang Zhan's father were sworn brothers, and Wang Zhan's father had even saved Black Tiger's life on the battlefield. However, with Black Tiger status, it was impossible for him to know what had happened to Gufei's clone, so he could only wait. Not long after, Gufei's clone appeared outside the Eastern Gate military camp of Black Qilin City. Wang Zhan is back. As the news spread, countless soldiers in the Eastern Gate military camp rushed toward the gate. At this moment, Gufei's clone was wearing embroidered clothes with a saber hanging on his waist. He wore leather shoes and was in high spirits. Halt! Just as Gufei's clone was about to enter the military camp, he was stopped by the guards. What? You won't let me in. Look carefully. I'm your dear Wang Zhan. Gufei's clone shouted. His current identity was Wang Zhan. In the Eastern Gate military camp, Black Tiger was the only person Wang Zhan cared about. Black Tiger took good care of Wang Zhan. If it were not for Black Tiger, Wang Zhan would have died many times over. Therefore, Gufei's clone did not want Black Tiger to stay in the Eastern Gate military camp. If he stayed, he would not even know how he died. He had offended both the Black Qilin City's tiger family and the Tu family. With the power of the tiger family and the Tu family, it would be a piece of cake for them to find out his background. At that time, the tiger family and the Tu family would not dare to cause trouble for him, but they would attack Black Tiger. Black Tiger was just a veteran. Like Wang Zhan, he did not have any background. If the tiger family and the Tu family wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. Gufei's clone naturally did not want to implicate Black Tiger. Just as Gufei's clone appeared at the entrance of the Eastern Gate military camp, Black Tiger was blocked in a corner by Tu Xiao and a dozen ruffian soldiers in his barracks. Master Tu, I did not offend you. What do you want? Black Tiger looked at Tu Xiao anxiously. It had to be said that Tu Xiao's injury recovered really quickly. He had just been treated by Gufei's clone, and he immediately came to cause trouble for Black Tiger. This was because the Tu family had already found out about Wang Zhan's background. How could he allow himself to be humiliated by a small soldier? Since Tu Xiao could not find Gufei's clone, Wang Zhan, he could only look for Black Tiger. You did not offend me, but Wang Zhan has offended me badly. Since I can't find Wang Zhan, I should at least collect some interest. Tu Xiao grinned as he stared at Black Tiger. This is the military camp. Don't mess around. Black Tiger clenched the hilt of his saber tightly as a cold, murderous aura spread from his body. Old man, you still want to fight with us? A ruffian soldier mocked when he saw Black Tiger's right hand gripping his saber tightly. Why are you still talking nonsense with this guy? Hurry up and get rid of him. Then we can go to the Drunken Spring house in the city to have some fun. Another ruffian laughed. Then you go. A ruffian soldier with a protruding mouth and cheeks mocked. This guy belongs to Master Tuesday. I dare not fight with him. Master Tu, do you need us to help you deal with this guy first? The other ruffian soldiers rubbed their fists and asked. Black Tiger, today is the anniversary of your death. Tu Xiao grinned as he closed in on Black Tiger. Bam! At this moment, the door of the barracks was suddenly kicked open. Whose death anniversary is it today? A voice that scared Tu Xiao out of his wits came from outside the barracks. Tu Xiao turned around in horror and looked at the man. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Looks like you're asking for a beating again. Chapter 56:22. Wang Zhan. Boundless Realm, Easternmost Domain, East Moon Empire, Black Qilin City. Tu Xiao appeared in the barracks at the east gate of Black Qilin City. He even blocked Black Tiger in the barracks. They had already investigated Wang Zhan's background. He was just a foot soldier with no background at all. They had no idea why Wang Zhan had suddenly become so powerful. But even so, could Wang Zhan contend against the entire Tu family? Inside the barracks, just as Tu Xiao was about to teach Black Tiger a lesson, Gu Fei's clone Wang Zhan suddenly appeared, scaring Tu Xiao out of his wits. This was because the person who had come was Gu Fei's clone, Wang Zhan. Nephew Wang Zhan, you're back? Are you all right? Black Tiger was both surprised and delighted to see Wang Zhan suddenly appear. Furthermore, Wang Zhan was dressed in clean clothes, leather shoes, and had a long saber hanging from his waist. He looked very imposing. Wang Zhan was no longer a foot soldier. He was practically a different person. Haha, Uncle Black, I'm fine. But you're in big trouble now. Gu Fei's clone Wang Zhan laughed as he strode into the barracks. Nephew Wang Zhan, hurry up and leave. Black Tiger panicked. These guys were here to cause trouble for Wang Zhan. Since they couldn't find Wang Zhan, they came to find him. They're the ones who should get lost. Gu Fei's clone glanced at Tu Xiao. His gaze then landed on an inconspicuous elder in green beside Tu Xiao. This elder had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He didn't attract anyone's attention as he stood beside Tu Xiao. Wang Zhan, I was just worried that I couldn't find you. You're dead this time. After Tu Xiao calmed down, he roared at Gu Fei's clone with a sinister smile. His expression was a little crazy because he had been tortured badly by Gu Fei's clone. However, it was different today because he had brought an expert with him. Otherwise, why would he dare to cause trouble for Gu Fei's clone? I'm dead? Are you sure you're not the one who's dead? Gu Fei's doppelganger said to Tu Xiao with a faint smile. Haha, you still don't know when you're about to die. How pitiful. Tu Xiao laughed maniacally. Sigh, you say that I'm pitiful, but you don't know that the real pitiful person is you. Gu Fei's doppelganger shook his head and sighed. Preposterous. Uncle Bao, break his arms and legs, but don't kill him. I want him to regret being born into this world. After saying that, Tu Xiao retreated. At the same time, the green-robed elder next to Tu Xiao walked up. So you came prepared this time. Gu Fei's doppelganger smiled. Tu Xiao didn't say anything. He just stared at Gu Fei's doppelganger and grinned hideously. He hated Gu Fei's doppelganger, Wang Zhan, to the core. At this time, the green-robed elder suddenly raised his head and stared at Gu Fei's doppelganger, Wang Zhan. His eyes flickered, and a powerful aura spread from the elder's body. Once again, countless soldiers gathered outside the barracks to watch the show. This was the barracks. When Gu Fei's doppelganger appeared again at the East Gate barracks, it caused a sensation. One should know that Gu Fei's doppelganger had defeated Hu Wu, the number one among the younger generation of the Hu family. The battle between Gu Fei's doppelganger and Hu made him a popular person in the East Gate barracks. All the forces in Black Qilin City had their eyes on him. Even the fact that Gu Fei's doppelganger had become Princess Dongyue's personal bodyguard was known by some people. Half-step to Earth rank. Gu Fei's doppelganger finally understood why Tu Xiao dared to come looking for him. It was because this guy thought that a half-step to Earth rank cultivator could kill him. Hearing the words of Gu Fei's doppelganger, the green-robed elder's pupils shrank. The green-robed elder didn't think much of this little guy, But when he saw that the little guy was still so calm after he released his aura, he had no choice but to take him seriously. "Uncle Bao, why aren't you beating this guy up?" Tu Shao, who was hiding behind the green-robed elder, roared. Swoosh! The green-robed elder made his move. He stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed the face of Gu Fei's doppelganger. The green-robed elder's 5 fingers on his right hand emitted a green glow. If he grabbed it, even a piece of godly metal would have 5 holes in it. Gu Fei's doppelganger didn't have the indestructible body of Vajra. If he was grabbed, he would also die. Gu Fei's doppelganger's head tilted to the right, and the green-robed elder's right claw directly grabbed the doppelganger's left ear. At the same time, Gu Fei's doppelganger's right leg shot out like an arrow towards the green-robed elder's abdomen. As a martialist, Gu Fei had never been afraid of anyone when it came to close combat. Even if the opponent's cultivation was higher than his, it was the same. Although Wang Zhan was only one of Gu Fei's doppelgangers in the unbounded realm, no one could compare to him in terms of combat experience. Die! The green-robed elder roared angrily. His left hand was as fast as lightning as he grabbed at the chest of Gu Fei's doppelganger. He completely ignored the kick from Gu Fei's doppelganger. If Gu Fei's doppelganger's kick landed, the green-robed elder would naturally be seriously injured, if not dead. However, if the green-robed elder grabbed Gu Fei's doppelganger, then Gu Fei's doppelganger would definitely die. In the unbounded realm, all living creatures had very long lifespans. However, if the living creatures here suffered a fatal injury, they would still die. Immortality here was relative, not absolute. Even in the unbounded realm, there were no living creatures that were absolutely immortal. What a guy! Gu Fei's doppelganger couldn't help but be moved. This guy was a ruthless character. The other party's goal was very simple, and that was to exchange injury for life. The green-robed elder wanted to kill Gu Fei's doppelganger, even if he had to take a kick from Gu Fei's doppelganger. Gu Fei's doppelganger naturally wouldn't risk his life against this guy, and there was no need for him to do so. He executed his movement technique and didn't retract his kick. His body swayed in the void, and his entire body disappeared from where he was. All of the green-robed elder's attacks instantly missed. What? The green-robed elder was really shocked. This guy was not simple at all. He was indeed a genius to be able to defeat Huwu. How could such a guy be a lowly soldier? At this moment, a cry of alarm came from outside the barracks. "Be careful!" Tu Shao also cried out in alarm. This was because they saw Wang Zhan, who had disappeared from where he was, appear above the green-robed elder's head. Then, he stomped down on the green-robed elder's head. The green-robed elder raised his right hand. Bam! Gu Fei's doppelganger's foot directly landed on the green-robed elder's hand. Chapter 56-23. The current Wang Zhan was Gu Fei's avatar in the limitless realm. He had all the battle experience that Gu Fei had. Even if he were to face a half-step Earth rank cultivator, he would not be afraid. The stronger a martial artist was, the stronger they would be. This was not an empty saying. At this time, in a barracks at the east gate of Black Chilin City, Gu Fei's avatar, Wang Zhan, was facing off against the old servant in green that Tu Shao brought. Tu Shao had come prepared this time. As soon as the green-robed old servant made his move, Gu Fei's doppelganger immediately saw through him. This unassuming, green-robed old servant was actually a half-step Earth rank. Gu Fei's avatar used his movement technique and directly dodged the old servant's attack. In an instant, he appeared above the old servant's head and stomped down on the old servant's head. Bam! The old servant in green raised his hand to block the foot of Gu Fei's avatar. His body suddenly sank, and both his feet directly broke the green bricks under his feet and sank into the ground. At this time, the old servant in green's mood could no longer be described as surprised. Instead, he was shocked. Wasn't this guy a small soldier? How could he have such combat strength? The combat strength that Gu Fei's avatar displayed was somewhat shocking. But what shocked the old servant the most was that he could not see through the little guy's actual strength. He could not sense the little guy's true cultivation at all. At this time, Gu Fei's avatar borrowed the recoil force and flipped over. With his head down and feet up, he punched towards the old servant in green. A violent fist force erupted from his fist, like a volcanic eruption. It was extremely ferocious. Bone-crushing claw. The old servant in green's right hand, once again, grabbed out like lightning. On top of his 5 fingers, a green light flickered, and directly met the fist of Gu Fei's avatar. He wanted to cripple the right hand of Gu Fei's avatar. The green-robed old man's right claw directly broke through the fist force of Gu Fei's doppelganger and was about to grab Gu Fei's doppelganger's fist. At this critical moment, Gu Fei's clone's fist disappeared. The green-robed old man was shocked. Bam! With a muffled sound, Gu Fei's clone suddenly disappeared, but his fist had already smashed into the green-clothed old man's chest, and an even stronger fist force instantly burst out. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from the green-robed old man's body. The green-robed old man was sent flying by the punch from Gu Fei's doppelganger. He crashed into Tu Xiao, who was hiding behind him. The two of them rolled on the ground. Tu Xiao's subordinates hurried forward to help them up. Even Uncle Leopard is no match for this guy. Tu Xiao was depressed. He had thought that with Uncle Leopard, who was half a step into the earth rank, they would be able to beat Wang Zhan. Who would have thought that Wang Zhan could actually beat a half step into the earth rank? Half step into the earth rank. Even Hu Wu, the number 1 among the younger generation of the Hu family, was absolutely no match for a half step into the earth rank. Ah, Tu Xiao, what do you want me to say to you? You've been beaten by me so many times, but you still haven't learned your lesson. Tell me, how should I deal with you? Gu Fei's doppelganger, Wang Zhan, looked at the frightened Tu Xiao with a faint smile. Little guy, where possible, one should forgive and forget. The Tu family is not something you can contend with. The green-robed old man, who had been punched by Gu Fei's doppelganger, stood in front of Tu Xiao. Although he had been punched by Gu Fei's doppelganger and his sternum had been shattered, he was after all a half step into the earth rank. He could still suppress the injury. Is that so? Gu Fei's doppelganger took a step forward, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. Tu Xiao and his subordinates were terrified to the extreme. Kid, don't go too far. Just then, a figure appeared outside the door of the barracks. Hu Feng, it's you again. Gu Fei's doppelganger knew who it was the moment he heard the voice. At this time, the earth-rank warrior, Hu Feng, walked into the barracks step by step. A powerful earth-rank aura erupted from his body, and the surrounding people retreated in fear. Ordinary soldiers could not withstand the aura of an earth-rank warrior. However, Gu Fei's doppelganger was still calm and composed in the face of such an aura. This is between me and Tu Xiao. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with your Hu family. Gu Fei's doppelganger didn't even turn around. He didn't even put Hu Feng in his eyes. Nephew Wang Zhan, don't be rude to Hu Zhang's army. When Black Tiger saw Hu Feng's arrival, he was already scared out of his wits. When he saw that Gu Fei's doppelganger actually ignored Hu Feng, he couldn't help but remind him, Uncle Black, don't worry. This guy won't dare to do anything to me. Gu Fei's doppelganger said disapprovingly, Uncle! Tu Xiao was overjoyed when he saw Hu Feng. With Hu Feng here, Wang Zhan was going to be out of luck. He didn't believe that with Hu Feng's cultivation and battle strength, he wouldn't be able to deal with Wang Zhan. It should be known that Hu Feng was a true earth-rank warrior. Haha, little guy, do you know what you're saying? Hu Feng arrived behind Gu Fei's doppelganger and sneered. Of course I know what I'm saying. It's just that you haven't figured out the situation yet. Gu Fei's doppelganger still didn't turn around, and his back was still facing Hu Feng. This made Hu Feng furious. This guy was only a small soldier, yet he dared to look down on him like this. Preposterous. I originally didn't want to make a move. Since you want to court death, I'll fulfill your wish. Hu Feng said as he stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed towards the head of Gu Fei's doppelganger. His speed was extremely fast. This was just a casual grab, but compared to the green-clothed old man, its power was who knew how many times stronger. This was the difference between an Earth-rank warrior and a half-step Earth-rank warrior. Gu Fei's doppelganger directly stretched out his hand in front of Hu Feng. Then, Hu Feng's right hand that was grabbing towards Gu Fei's doppelganger directly stopped in the air. His entire body seemed to have been cast by someone, and he didn't move at all. He saw that Gu Fei's doppelganger was holding a token in his hand. Hu Feng was shocked to the extreme. How could this guy have this kind of token? I already said that you wouldn't dare to do anything to me, but you just didn't believe me. Gu Fei's doppelganger said with a smile. Hu Feng didn't know what to say for a moment, and his face became very ugly. After hesitating for a moment, Hu Feng directly turned around and left. Uncle, when Tu Xiao saw this scene, he was directly dumbfounded. Uncle actually left just like that? What about me? I originally thought that Hu Feng could stand up for me. Who would have thought that this would be the result? Now no one can save you. Gu Fei kept the token in his hand, and then stared at the shivering Tu Xiao. What do you want? Tu Xiao hid behind the green-clothed old man. What do you think I want? Chapter 56:24. The miserable Tu Xiao miscalculated again. Even Hu Feng, a true Earth stage expert, was intimidated by the token in Gu Fei's clone's hand, let alone the elder who was half a step away from Earth stage. Hu Feng was Tu Xiao's uncle. It seemed that Hu Feng did not care about his nephew's life. There was only one person in the entire Black Qilin City that even the Hu clan of Black Qilin City did not dare to offend, and that was the princess of the Dongyue Empire, Dongyue Shui. Tu Xiao, you keep finding trouble with me. It seems that you don't want to live anymore. In the barracks at the East Gate, in the barracks where the black tiger was, Gu Fei's clone stared at Tu Xiao, who was hiding behind the elder in green, and said coldly, Wang Zhan, I am a direct descendant of the Tu clan. If you kill me, do you think the Tu clan will let you go? Tu Xiao shouted at Gu Fei's clone with a stern expression. Haha, you still want to threaten me at this time? Gu Fei's clone laughed heartily. If he was afraid of the Tu clan, he would not have attacked Tu Xiao. Since he had already attacked, it meant that he was not afraid of the Tu clan of Black Qilin City. Moreover, he had defeated the number one person in the younger generation of the Hu clan. He had also offended the Hu clan. So what? Don't be reckless. You have to know that you still have family in Black Qilin City. Tu Xiao clenched his teeth. Sigh. You still won't admit that you're stupid. All right, since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. I want to see if the Tu clan will stand up for you. Gu Fei's clone attacked as he spoke. This guy had already touched his reverse scale. Whether he was Wang Zhan or not, his family was still his reverse scale. Whoever touched his reverse scale would have serious consequences. How dare you? The elder in green roared, and his claws tore at Gu Fei's clone. It was impossible for him to watch Tu Xiao get killed, because if Tu Xiao died, even if this little guy called Wang Zhan didn't kill him, he would definitely not be able to live. Gu Fei's doppelganger's right hand danced, his 5 fingers forming the shape of an eagle's beak, directly pecking the joints on both sides of the green-robed old man's shoulders. The old man's arms immediately drooped. You, the accomplice, can't be let go either. Gu Fei's doppelganger followed up with another punch. The next moment, his fist directly smashed into the green-clothed old man's chest, and in the same spot. The green-clothed old man had already been punched by Gu Fei's doppelganger. Now that Gu Fei's doppelganger had punched him in the same spot on his chest, his sternum could no longer withstand the force of the punch. Bam! Kacha! The sound of bones breaking could be heard from the green-clothed old man's body. Then his entire chest collapsed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Gu Fei's doppelganger hurriedly withdrew his fist and dodged to the side. He didn't want to be spat out by this guy's blood. This green-clothed old man was Tu Xiao's accomplice, and Tu Xiao was not a good person. In the east city of Black Qilin City, this guy was not only tyrannical in the East Gate military camp. In the entire East City, there was no one who didn't know his name. Of course, Tu Xiao was a guy who bullied the weak and feared the strong. He relied on the Tu family and the Hu family to harm many people. If he encountered a tough opponent, he would call for help. Many cultivators had died in the hands of this green-clothed old man. However, now that they had encountered Gu Fei's doppelganger, their luck had come to an end. The green-clothed old man, didn't believe that Gu Fei's doppelganger, Wang Zhan, would really kill him. After all, the East City was the Tu family's territory, and the Tu family and the Hu family were allies. How could a mere combat soldier dare to offend two great forces in Black Qilin City at the same time? Even though Gu Fei's doppelganger had injured the green-clothed old man, the green-clothed old man didn't believe that Gu Fei's doppelganger would kill him. However, it was a pity that he had guessed wrong this time. Uncle Bao, Tu Xiao was dumbfounded. Tu Bao was one of the 4 most loyal servants under his father. Who would have thought that Wang Zhan would really dare to kill him? Tu Bao was paralyzed on the ground, and it seemed like he was going to die. Tu Xiao's face turned pale with fright. His subordinates immediately fled in all directions and rushed toward the entrance of the barracks. None of them cared about their master, Tu Xiao's life or death. This was the reality. Although Tu Xiao was their master, his life was not as important as theirs. Even Tu Bao was killed by Wang Zhan. Wouldn't they be courting death if they went up? You guys, Tu Xiao was depressed when he saw his subordinates abandoning him and running for their lives. Sai, it seems like your subordinates are unreliable. Gu Fei's doppelganger sighed and said, Master Zhan, please spare my life. Tu Xiao immediately knelt in front of Gu Fei's doppelganger. Why, are you going to be a coward until the end? Gu Fei's doppelganger wasn't surprised at all. He knew Tu Xiao's character very well. This guy bullied the weak and feared the strong. It wasn't the first time that he admitted defeat when he met a tough opponent. However, even though he admitted defeat in front of them, he would still invite experts like Tu Bao to kill them. But now, the experts he invited could no longer help him defeat Gu Fei's doppelganger. Instead, they were defeated by Gu Fei's doppelganger. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Master Zhan, as long as you spare my life, I'm willing to do anything for you. Tu Xiao said in horror. There was no other way. His trump card was useless. Tu Bao was killed, and Hu Feng turned and left. At this time, Tu Xiao really had no other choice but to kneel and beg for mercy. If there was a way to kill Gu Fei's doppelganger, Wang Zhan, he would have done it long ago. Sai, what should I do? You're definitely going to die this time. Gu Fei's doppelganger said indifferently. No, you can't kill me. Tu Xiao's body trembled as he lay on the ground. He was so scared that he peed his pants. The bad things you've done are enough for you to die 10 or even 100 times. Good and evil will always be repaid. It's not that retribution isn't coming, but that the time hasn't come yet. Now your time has come. Gu Fei's doppelganger didn't want to talk nonsense with this guy anymore. Just as he was about to step forward and kill this guy, a figure suddenly stood in front of Gu Fei's doppelganger. Nephew Wang Zhan, don't. The person standing in front of Gu Fei's doppelganger was Black Tiger. Uncle Black, why are you doing this? Gu Fei's doppelganger, Wang Zhan, was speechless when he saw this. Tu Xiao had bullied Black Tiger and Wang Zhan many times before Gu Fei's spiritual force took over Wang Zhan's body. Now that he had a chance to take revenge, why did Black Tiger stand in front of him? Nephew, the Tu family isn't something we can offend. If you kill this guy now, you might feel good for a while, but there will be endless troubles in the future. You have to think about your mother and sister. Black Tiger said helplessly. Uncle Black, don't worry. The two family wouldn't dare to do anything to me. My mother and sister should be at the city, Lord Mansion by now. Gu Fei's doppelganger, Wang Zhan, said indifferently. What? Chapter 56:25. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Tu Xiao, the arrogant tyrant of Black Chilin City, was desperately begging for mercy. His head was bleeding profusely from hitting the bricks on the ground. He just wanted to live. However, no one pitied him. Not only did this fellow abuse the Eastern Gate military camp, but he also relied on the fact that he was a direct descendant of the Tu family and that his father had the help of the Sky Tiger Gang. Who knew how many citizens of the Eastern City had died at his hands? Good and evil would always be rewarded. It was not that the time had not come yet. Gu Fei's doppelganger, Wang Zhan, did not hesitate and directly pointed a finger. Blood suddenly appeared, and Tu Xiao, the young master of the Sky Tiger Gang, who ran amok in the east city of Black Chilin City, died just like that. Gu Fei's doppelganger killed a scumbag like Tu Xiao without hesitation. Getting rid of such a sinful guy could save countless innocent people. Seeing that Gu Fei's doppelganger had killed Tu Xiao, the entire place was silent. Everyone was stunned. They had never expected Wang Zhan to kill Tu Xiao. Because of Tu Xiao's status, as long as his actions did not affect the interests of those big shots, those generals would turn a blind eye to him and ignore him. However, this time, Tu Xiao should not have provoked Wang Zhan, who had been possessed by Gu Fei's divine consciousness. The current Wang Zhan was no longer the Wang Zhan of the past. Provoking him would result in dire consequences. This Black Tiger was dumbfounded. His nephew had really dared to kill him. Uncle Black, come with me, Gu Fei's doppelganger said to Black Tiger. Black Tiger nodded. If he did not leave now, he might be the one to die tomorrow. Since Wang Zhan had killed Tu Xiao, the Tu family would not let it go. Tu Xiao was a direct descendant of the Tu family, and his sister was married to a big shot in the Tiger family. With these two connections, neither the Tu family nor the Tiger family would sit idly by. If the Tu family or the Tiger family wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as killing an ant. Black Tiger didn't want to die, so it followed Gu Fei's doppelganger and left the East Gate barracks. Moreover, since Gu Fei's doppelganger Wang Zhan asked him to leave with him, he naturally had a way to take him away from the East Gate military camp. Gu Fei's doppelganger took the Black Tiger and left the East Gate military camp. As long as he showed his token, no one dared to stop them. Gu Fei's doppelganger Wang Zhan had just left when Tiger Wind, who had left earlier, directly rushed into the living quarters. When Hu Feng saw Tu Xiao's lifeless body on the ground, he couldn't help but become furious. Although he looked down on Tu Xiao, he was still his nephew. Tu Xiao was dead. As his uncle, if he did not stand up for him, wouldn't he be ridiculed by others? Wang Zhan, I'll kill you, Hu Feng roared, turned around and rushed out of the barracks. Wang Zhan had publicly killed Tu Xiao, which gave Hu Feng an excuse to attack. Even if he killed Wang Zhan, Princess Dongyue wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Tu Xiao was suddenly useless, but he was still a soldier of the East Gate military camp. Wang Zhan killing Tu Xiao was a big deal. Wang Zhan, hand over your life. An angry roar sounded on the East Gate's main street. A figure descended from the sky and pounced towards the two people below. The main street immediately became chaotic. Hu Feng, Gu Fei's doppelganger Wang Zhan and Black Tiger were walking on the main street when they suddenly encountered Hu Feng's attack. He pushed the Black Tiger aside and took a step to the side. A claw directly brushed past his clothes and scratched the ground. 5 finger-sized holes immediately appeared on the hard bluestone ground. A black figure descended from the sky and landed directly where Gu Fei's doppelganger was originally standing. If Gu Fei's doppelganger had been a split second slower, there would have been 5 finger-sized holes on his head. This was an attack from a true Earth-class warrior. Although Hu Feng was only at the initial stage of the Earth class, he was still a true Earth-class warrior. Hu Feng was not someone that half-step Earth Class 2 Bao could compare to. Hu Feng, you despicable bastard. Gu Fei's doppelganger was furious. The opponent was an Earth-class warrior, and he dared to sneak up on him. Wang Zhan, so what if you're Her Highness's man? You killed Tu Xiao, so I'll bury you with him. Hu Feng roared and attacked. Countless claw shadows appeared in the air, covering the sky and earth as they grabbed towards Gu Fei's doppelganger, wanting to tear him to pieces. 10,000 techniques returned to truth. Gu Fei's doppelganger hugged the air in front of him. In the next moment, a powerful devouring force came out from the empty space where he hugged. The claw shadows that covered the sky and earth were directly swallowed by this devouring force. They all disappeared into the empty space where Gu Fei's doppelganger was hugging. A ball of green light appeared in the empty space where Gu Fei's doppelganger was hugging. A powerful wave of energy spread out from the ball of green light. What? Hu Feng was indescribably shocked. His trump card was broken by this guy, just like that? What kind of divine ability is this? Hu Feng was shocked and angry. It seemed that this little soldier called Wang Zhan really had a fortuitous encounter. It should be known that the cultivation method of divine abilities was not passed on to outsiders. The Tiger Clan was one of the 3 major cultivation clans in Black Chilin City. The Tiger Clan naturally had all kinds of divine ability cultivation methods. The Tiger Clan's cultivation methods were naturally not passed on to outsiders. Hu Feng had already investigated Wang Zhan's background. This little soldier didn't have any background at all. But now he had grasped the cultivation method of divine abilities and also cultivated a divine ability. He was extremely curious. How did this guy go from an ordinary little soldier to a cultivator who could defeat Hu Wu? Under Hu Feng's shocked gaze, Gu Fei's doppelganger actually directly devoured Hu Feng's power. When Hu Feng saw this scene, he had no choice but to be moved. This guy could actually devour his power. If he could obtain this kind of divine ability, wouldn't he be able to break through his cultivation realm in a very short period of time? Hu Feng was moved. He originally wanted to get rid of this guy called Wang Zhan, but now he changed his mind. In Wind Claw, Hu Feng's hands danced. Blade Path Claw shadows appeared again. Countless claw shadows once again grabbed towards Gu Fei's doppelganger. A powerful wave of energy spread out, and suddenly, gusts of Yin wind appeared on the street. At this moment, there were countless people watching the battle from afar. Heaven splitting blade. Gu Fei's doppelganger raised his right hand high and directly used his hand as a blade. A hand blade directly chopped towards Hu Feng. Chapter 56:26. Gu Fei was a martial artist, and the purest martial artist in the world at that. His clone was naturally a martial artist as well. In terms of battle experience, even in the limitless realm, there weren't many who could compare to him. At this time, Gu Fei's clone Wang Zhan was facing Hu Feng, the Earth Stage warrior, on the east street of Black Chilin City. His battle intent was like a rainbow, because this was the first time he had truly challenged someone of a higher rank after possessing Wang Zhan's body. He didn't even put Tu Bao, who was half a step into the Earth Stage, in his eyes. But now that he was facing Hu Feng, Gu Feng's clone had no choice but to get serious. He slashed out with his saber, and saber aura immediately rushed out from his hand saber, directly splitting the countless claw shadows that covered the sky and covered the earth in half. The saber aura that Gu Fei's clone slashed out spread out, and the countless claw shadows that Hu Feng had grabbed disappeared into the void, disappearing into nothingness. Hu Feng's gloomy wind claw was incomparably insidious. Although the claw shadows were dispersed by Gu Fei's clone's saber aura, the gloomy cold power swept towards Gu Fei's clone from all directions. A layer of frost immediately appeared on the ground around Gu Fei's clone. Humph! Gu Fei's clone sneered. Both feet pushed off the ground, and he directly leaped up. At the same time, a layer of frost instantly appeared on the ground where he had been standing. Gloomy wind palm! Hu Feng roared, and his palm slammed towards Gu Fei's clone in the air. A powerful, gloomy cold palm force erupted, and the void seemed to solidify. 10,000 techniques returned to truth. Gu Fei's clone once again used one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, the secret art of returning to truth. In the next moment, Hu Feng's palm force was immediately transformed into the most primitive spiritual energy, which was devoured and absorbed by him. Feeling that his palm force had instantly disappeared, Hu Feng's shock was no small matter. This guy's divine ability was really strange and mysterious. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were the trump card of Gu Fei's clone, and also the source of his confidence. With the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao in his possession, even if Gu Fei's clone were to go up against Hu Feng, who is a true initial stage, earth stage cultivator, he felt that he would be able to contend against him. You have the Yin Wind Palm, and I have the Raging Inferno Fist. Let's see if your Yin Wind Palm is stronger, or if my Raging Inferno Fist is stronger. As Gu Fei's doppelganger spoke, he launched a palm technique that descended from the sky. A scorching hot fist force erupted from Gu Fei's right fist, blasting towards Hu Feng below. The fist force was extremely violent. Even the onlookers who were watching the battle from afar felt a wave of heat hitting their faces. Who is this person? He actually dared to exchange blows with Hu Feng. That's an Earth stage existence. The onlookers were gesticulating. Wang Zhan was originally an unremarkable nobody in the east city of Black Chilin City. Before Gu Fei's divine sense took over Wang Zhan's body, who would have known a soldier named Wang Zhan? Even now, Wang Zhan's name had already spread throughout the entire Black Chilin City, but the number of people who had actually seen Gu Fei's doppelganger was few and far between. Grandpa, it's that guy from that night. At the window of a restaurant next to the East City, Main Street, sat an old man and a young girl. The old man and young girl were the noodle shop owner Chu Yin and his granddaughter Chu Xiaoye. If Gu Fei's doppelganger Wang Zhan knew that Chu Yin and Chu Xiaoye were still in Black Chilin City, he would definitely be shocked. One had to know that the current Black Chilin City was not the same as before. Gu Zhan. Chu Yin looked at the figure that descended from the sky like a god descending from the heavens and punched towards Hu Feng. His pupils couldn't help but contract. They didn't know that Gu Zhan was Wang Zhan. This guy seems to have gotten stronger, Chu Xiaoye said thoughtfully. Bam! At this moment, a muffled sound came from the street. Chu Xiaoye looked out of the window and saw that Hu Feng's right palm had collided with Gu Fei's doppelganger's right fist. Hu Feng's body sank, and the green bricks under his feet were immediately shattered. This guy, Hu Feng, was incomparably shocked. The power of Gu Fei's doppelganger's punch was surprisingly great. It actually shook his right arm to the point of numbness. Great absorption technique! Gu Fei shouted. In the next moment, his fist that was pressed against Hu Feng's right palm immediately produced a powerful devouring power, continuously sucking away the power of Hu Feng's palm. Hu Feng turned pale with fright. This guy was actually devouring his Yuan Qi. The powerful Yuan Qi surged into Gu Fei's doppelganger's body and was directly refined and absorbed by him. He could feel his own Yuan Qi constantly strengthening. You want to devour my Yuan Qi? Hu Feng sneered. In the next moment, an even more powerful force exploded from his palm that was sucked in by the doppelganger's fist. He wanted to send the doppelganger flying. However, the force that exploded from Hu Feng's right hand was directly sucked away by Gu Fei's doppelganger. Like a clay ox entering the sea, it disappeared without a trace. How is this possible? Hu Feng panicked a little. Thank you. The more the better. Continue. Gu Fei's doppelganger was happy. This guy actually gave his Yuan Qi to him for free. Naturally, he would not refuse and directly accepted it. Damn it! Hu Feng wanted to retract his palm, but it was firmly sucked in by the opponent's fist. He wanted to retract his fist, but he couldn't. He wanted to send the opponent flying, but he couldn't. At this moment, Hu Feng was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Hu Feng's Yuan Qi was continuously sucked away by Gu Fei's doppelganger. Very quickly his aura became weak. This couldn't go on. Hu Feng gritted his teeth. In the next instant, he actually drew all the yuan qi in his body. This earth-rank, powerful yuan qi, crazily, surged towards his right palm. The strength of this force made even Gu Fei's doppelganger's expression involuntarily change. But he did not retract his fist. If he could devour this force that exploded from Hu Feng's palm, his cultivation might be able to break through to earth-rank initial realm. Fight! Gu Fei's doppelganger gritted his teeth and displayed the 10,000 laws of return to truth's secret art at full power. At the same time, an extremely berserk Yin wind palm force erupted from Hu Feng's right palm. However, this force simply did not have the chance to truly erupt. It was actually directly devoured by Gu Fei's doppelganger into his body. And Gu Fei's doppelganger only felt that the qi and blood in his body seemed to be about to solidify. This wave of Yin cold yuan qi was really strong. He was almost frozen stiff. But at this moment, Hu Feng was incomparably weak. His entire body was paralyzed on the ground. Gu Fei's doppelganger barely suppressed the Yin cold yuan qi in his body. Then he directly grabbed the black tiger and quickly headed towards the city, Lord's residence. Wherever they passed, the onlookers would make way for them. Gu Fei's doppelganger had Princess Dongyue's token on him. He could enter and exit the city, Lord's residence at will. He directly flashed the token, and the guards at the gate did not dare to stop him at all. "Honorable nephew, what's wrong?" As soon as Gu Fei's doppelganger entered the city Lord's residence, he directly sat cross-legged under a large tree at the gate of the city Lord's residence. Very soon, a layer of frost appeared on his body. When the black tiger saw this scene, it was dumbfounded. This guy really knows how to cause trouble. Chapter 56:27. The physical body of Gu Fei's clone, Wang Zhan, was too weak. Even if he had already started cultivating the martial path, the time was too short, and the transformation of the martial body required time. Of course, unless Gu Fei's clone could find a miraculous medicine that could temper the martial body, his martial body wouldn't be able to transform in a short period of time and become stronger. Otherwise, he could only rely on cultivation to slowly transform the martial body. With the current status of Gu Fei's clone, it was impossible for him to obtain a miraculous medicine that could transform the martial body. In the limitless realm, miraculous medicines that could increase one's cultivation or make one more powerful were also very precious. They couldn't be bought even if one had money. This time he was really a bit impatient, and he also overestimated the endurance of Wang Zhan's physical body. After he entered the city Lord's mansion, he couldn't bear it any longer. The cold Yin qi that Gu Fei's clone absorbed from Hu Feng was too huge. After all, Hu Feng was an earth rank expert, and his Yin qi was also earth rank. If it was an ordinary peak human rank cultivator, they would have long been frozen into an iceman by this Yin qi. Although Hu Feng's cultivation wasn't much in the entire Black Qilin city, he was still an earth rank expert. Even in the Tiger clan, an earth rank expert like Hu Feng had a high status. At this moment, Gu Fei's clone Wang Zhan was sitting under a tree not far from the city, Lord's mansion. His entire body was covered in a layer of frost. The black tiger was at a loss and extremely anxious, but it couldn't do anything. What a restless fellow! A masked woman in white quietly appeared under the tree and looked indifferently at Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged under the tree. This was a flaming dragon tree, and there were scarlet, dragon-like flowers growing on the tree. At this moment, every dragon-shaped flower on the flaming dragon tree was emitting a hazy scarlet brilliance. The fire dragon tree contained fire elemental spiritual energy, and it was actually one of the array cores of the city, Lord Manor's protective array. It was not a coincidence that Gu Fei's doppelganger was sitting cross-legged under this big tree, refining the cold Yin Yuan Qi that he swallowed from Hu Feng. This was because this location was where all the fire Yuan Qi in the entire city master's mansion gathered. The fire elemental spiritual energy here was the nemesis of the cold Yin energy in Gu Fei's clone. "Who are you?" Black Tiger was startled by the sudden appearance of the masked woman in white. He instinctively stood in front of the woman, protecting Gu Fei's doppelganger behind him. "Impudent! Why aren't you kneeling before Her Royal Highness?" A black shadow appeared behind the white-clothed woman. "What, Your Highness?" The Black Tiger was shocked. When he saw the person walking out from behind the woman in white, he was so scared that his legs went soft and he knelt on the ground. "Greetings, Your Highness." "Greetings, General Longxiang." The Black Tiger's voice trembled because he was too nervous. Although he did not know the princess, he knew Longxiang Barbarian. He was the #1 general of Black Qilin City. Hu Feng was not even worthy of carrying Longxiang Barbarian's shoes. Since Longxiang Barbarian said that the white-clothed woman was the princess, then this woman must be the princess. "What's your relationship with this kid?" Shui glanced at the Black Tiger and said. The Black Tiger was a veteran of the East Gate Barracks. Shui could see through the Black Tiger at a glance. "You mean Wang Zhan? He's the son of my good friend." The Black Tiger quickly said, "I see. Get up and guard at the side. When this guy wakes up, tell him to come see me." Shui immediately disappeared after she finished speaking. Longxiang Barbarian took a deep look at Gu Fei's doppelganger and disappeared as well. After Shui and Longxiang Barbarian left, the Black Tiger finally dared to raise his head and slowly stood up. He was extremely shocked. He actually saw the princess and even talked to her. This was something unimaginable to a bottom-level fighter like him. The Black Tiger was very excited. He did not expect Wang Zhan to have the princess as his backing. No wonder he dared to kill Tu Xiao. He had the confidence to kill Tu Xiao. With the princess as their backing, they really did not need to be afraid of the Tu family and the Tiger family. The Tu clan and the Tiger clan had great power in Black Qilin City. But outside of Black Qilin City, who would care about the Tu clan and the Tiger clan? The princess was the princess of the East Moon Empire. In the entire East Moon Empire, the East Moon Imperial family was the most powerful force. The entire East Moon Empire belonged to the East Moon Imperial family and was the territory of the East Moon Imperial Lord. Thinking of this, the Black Tiger became even more excited. They finally had the chance to make a meteoric rise. He carefully guarded the side of Gu Fei's doppelganger. Although there were people passing by from time to time, no one dared to disturb them. At this time, the weak Hu Feng was carried back from the Tiger family's mansion in the west of the city. In a courtyard of the Tiger family's mansion, Hu Feng lay on a stretcher. His body was also covered in a layer of frost and emitted a cold aura. What exactly happened? The patriarch of the Tiger family, Hu Xiaoyu, stood on the steps and shouted angrily at the people in the courtyard. "Patriarch, it was someone called Wang Zhan who injured General Hu Feng." A disciple of the Tiger family said hurriedly, "Wang Zhan? You mean Wang Zhan?" Hu Xiaoyu could not help but be stunned. Could it be that guy? He took a step and instantly appeared beside Hu Feng. He bent down and grabbed Hu Feng's right wrist. "My vitality is injured and my vitality is in a mess. How did this happen?" Hu Xiaoyu furrowed his brows. Hu Feng cultivated a Yin cultivation technique, and his vital qi was very weak. Furthermore, he had lost control over it, which was why he had frozen himself. Then Wang Zhan, Hu Xiaoyu's eyes became fierce. He directly injected a strong wave of vitality into Hu Feng's body. In the next moment, the frost on Hu Feng's body disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. "All right, take him away." Hu Xiaoyu stood with his hands behind his back. A powerful aura emanated from his body. "Wang Zhan, what secrets do you have?" Hu Xiaoyu raised his head and looked at the sky. His eyes became incomparably deep. At this time, in the main hall of the Tu family's mansion in the east of the city, there was a corpse lying on the ground. Wang Zhan killed Tu Xiao. An angry roar came from the main hall of the Tu family. Tu Xiao was dead. Although he was a bastard and a hedonistic son of a rich family, he was still a direct descendant of the Tu family. How to deal with Tu Shao was the Tu family's matter. Wang Zhan killing Tu Shao was a ruthless slap to the Tu family's face. He must pay the price for killing someone from my Tu family. I don't care who he is. Chapter 56:28. Gu Fei's clone in the Limitless Realm, Wang Zhan, actually killed Tu Shao. This directly alarmed the big shots in Black Qilin City. One had to know that although Tu Shao was only a small figure, he was also a hedonistic son. No one was willing to mix around with him in the Tu family or the Hu family, because what this guy did was really despicable. However, although Tu Shao was a super scoundrel, he was still a direct descendant of the Tu family. Furthermore, his sister was married to a big shot in the Hu family. Therefore, by killing Tu Shao, Wang Zhan directly offended two great cultivation clans in Black Qilin City. He was only a small soldier. Offending two great cultivation clans in the city at the same time was simply courting death. However, after Gu Fei's clone killed Tu Shao, he actually almost crippled Hu Feng in front of everyone on the eastern street. This time, Wang Zhan had truly offended the Hu family. One had to know that Hu Feng wasn't Tu Shao. Not only was he a direct descendant of the Hu family, he was also an Earth Stage battle general in the Black Qilin City's city guards. Hu Feng's position in the Hu family wasn't low either. After injuring Hu Feng, the Hu family naturally wouldn't let it go just like that. However, the Hu family's patriarch Hu Xiaoyu was very cautious. This was because the Hu family's spy reported that Wang Zhan actually had the princess token. After fighting with Hu Feng, he actually directly entered the city lord's residence. What kind of place was the city lord's residence? Even the patriarch of the Tiger clan could not step into the city lord's mansion of Black Qilin City without the permission of the city lord. If Gu Fei's clone didn't have Princess Dongyue's token, he wouldn't even have the right to enter the city lord's residence. This guy who killed Tu Shao and almost crippled Hu Feng actually entered the city lord's residence. This wasn't good. As long as this guy stayed in the city lord's residence, neither the Tu family nor the Hu family could do anything to him. At this moment, the Tu family also received the news. What? Did you look carefully? That guy really entered the city lord's residence? In the residence of the Tu family in the east of the city, the Tu family's patriarch, Tu Tianlong, sat at the head of the table and stared at a black-clothed man kneeling in front of him. Patriarch, this subordinate indeed saw Wang Zhan enter the city lord's residence with my own eyes. The black-clothed man's tone was very certain. Big brother, my son cannot die in vain. A middle-aged man sitting beside the head of the Tu family, Tu Tianlong, said angrily to Tu Tianlong. He was Tu Zhao's biological father, Tu Tianhu. This Tu Shao was the son of Tu Tianhu. The Black Qilin City's #1 underground force, the Sky Tiger Gang, actually had a bastard son. This was the so-called father like son. The father and son did not have a good relationship. However, no matter how trashy, useless, scoundrel, or reckless Tu Shao was, he was still Tu Tianhu's son. His son was killed by a small soldier. Tu Tianhu was sad, but he also wanted to avenge Tu Shao. He did not feel that Tu Shao deserved it at all. So what if I can't die in vain? Don't tell me you still dare to barge into the city lord's mansion? Tu Tianlong was depressed. Then what should we do? Tu Tianhu was an ambitious and ruthless person in Black Qilin City. Although his son had died, he only felt sad for a while and then became cold and arrogant again. Send someone to keep an eye on the city lord's mansion. Tu Tianlong thought for a while and said with a deep voice. Tu Tianhu did not say anything. He also knew that as long as Wang Zhan hid in the city lord's mansion, no one could do anything to him. The same went for the Hu family. They could only send spies to keep an eye on the city lord's mansion. Your Highness, is this little guy called Wang Zhan really worth offending the Hu family and Tu family? In the main hall of the city lord's mansion, Longxiang Man said to Dongyue Shui, or who was sitting on the throne. Gu Fei's doppelganger, Wang Zhan, was too good at tormenting others. He actually dared to kill Tu Xiao. In fact, Long Xiangman also knew about Tu Xiao. That guy was a good-for-nothing who did all sorts of bad things. Of course, with Long Xiangman's status, he did not care about such a small fry at all. It's been really boring recently. Why don't you have some fun? Dong Yueshui smiled. At this time, there were hundreds of thousands of troops of the tyrannical Sky Empire outside Black Qilin City. They could attack the city at any time. The reinforcements of the East Moon Empire were also almost here. Once the reinforcements of the East Moon Empire arrived, it would be time for the decisive battle with the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire. Ba Fei of the tyrannical Sky Empire had been shot by Dong Yueshui with the East Moon Bow. Ba Fei did not leave because he was injured. He wanted to fight to the death with Dong Yueshui. He wanted to break into Black Qilin City and capture her. Play. Long Xiangman was stunned. He never thought that Her Highness would still be in such a mood at this time. Of course, Princess Dongyue wanted Wang Zhan to be her personal bodyguard. It was definitely not that simple. Princess Dongyue was even more curious about Gu Fei's clone Wang Zhan. This Wang Zhan was just a small soldier. How did he suddenly become so powerful, killing Tu Xiao and defeating Hu Wu was nothing? However, he almost crippled Hu Feng, which was shocking. After all, Hu Feng was an Earth-rank battle general. Princess Dongyue was even more curious about Gu Fei's clone Wang Zhan. At this time, Dong Yueshui had already ordered people to bring Wang Zhan's mother and sister into the city lord's residence. On the surface, it was to protect them, but in reality, she wanted to use them as hostages. Both mother and sister were in Princess Dongyue's hands. How could Gu Fei's clone escape from her grasp? Thinking of this, Dong Yueshui was rather pleased. All right, go and watch in secret. Don't let anyone disturb that guy. Dong Yueshui said to Long Xiangman, Yes, Your Highness. Long Xiangman bowed to Dong Yueshui, then left. At this time, Gu Fei's clone Wang Zhan was sitting under a fire dragon tree near the city lord's residence's gate. He was drawing in fire elemental spiritual qi to refine the colding energy in his body. However, his body was still covered in a layer of frost. Gu Fei's clone was definitely on the verge of a mental breakdown. He shouldn't have been greedy. He almost devoured all of Hu Feng's vitality. He seriously underestimated the colding energy he devoured from Hu Feng. This colding energy was really torturing him. All the blood in his body almost froze, and the vitality in his body could only slowly circulate. He didn't know when he would be able to refine this colding energy in his body. Of course, once Gu Fei's clone completely refined this colding energy in his body, his cultivation might be able to break through to Earth rank. Cold. Black Tiger, who had been guarding Gu Fei's clone, rubbed his hands. The ground near Gu Fei's clone was already covered in a layer of frost. In the distance, people were pointing at Gu Fei's clone, who was sitting under the fire dragon tree. Many people were secretly staring at the figure under the tree. Outside the city lord's residence, there were spies from the Hu and Tu families everywhere. Chapter 56:29. The easternmost region of the infinite world was very large, so large that even the supreme existences of the infinite prime realm were unable to find out where the boundary of the easternmost region was. The limitless realm was like a huge, boundless world. The area occupied by humans and other life forms was only a very small part of it. Even in the easternmost region, there were many extremely ancient ruins and terrifying regions that even infinite primes did not dare to set foot in. In the incomparably vast easternmost region, the territories of the East Moon Empire and the tyrannical Heaven Tyrant Empire were as small as sesame seeds. They were completely unremarkable. Of course, this was in the context of the entire easternmost region. In reality, the territories of the East Moon Empire and the tyrannical Heaven Empire were still very large. Black Qilin City was an important city of the East Moon Empire. Regardless of the time, there would always be a large number of soldiers stationed in Black Chilin City, and there would also be powerful cultivators overseeing it. The city lord of Black Chilin City was a Heaven Realm expert. In the East Moon Empire, there were many Heaven Realm cultivators, and there were also God Realm cultivators. The Emperor of the East Moon Empire was a God Realm being. It was definitely not an easy task for the army of the Tyrant Sky Empire to breach Black Chilin City. Otherwise, the Tyrant Sky Empire would have destroyed the East Moon Empire long ago. At this time, the Black Chilin City was surging. Outside of Black Chilin City, in the military camp of the tyrannical Sky Empire, Commander Wu Liang was discussing with a group of generals how to attack the city. They couldn't wait any longer, because the scouts reported that the reinforcements of the East Moon Empire were already not far from Black Chilin City. However, the reinforcements of the tyrannical Sky Empire were still far away from Black Chilin City. Once the reinforcements of the East Moon Empire arrived, they would be surrounded by the army of the East Moon Empire. If they retreated before the reinforcements from the East Moon Empire arrived, they would still be able to preserve their strength. If they did not retreat, then the only outcome would be complete annihilation. Commander-in-Chief, I think we should retreat. That's right, let's retreat. The army of the Danyue Empire will reach Black Chilin City within 3 days. If we don't retreat, we'll be in deep trouble. All the generals wanted to retreat. The current situation was very disadvantageous to Wu Liang and the others. You bunch of cowards. At this moment, a figure barged in from outside. Swoosh! Everyone in the tent stood up abruptly and looked at that person. Your Highness! When everyone saw the appearance of the intruder, they were shocked. The person who dared to break into the commander's tent was the young lord of the tyrannical Sky Empire, Ba Fei. Your Highness, why are you here? You're still injured. You should rest well. Wu Liang greeted Ba Fei with a smile. Humph, this is just a small injury. What are you guys trying to do? Do you want to admit defeat and flee? Ba Fei roared at Wu Liang. It wasn't easy for him to trap Danyue Shui in Black Chilin City. This was a great opportunity to break into Black Chilin City and capture Danyue Shui. Moreover, if they could take down Black Chilin City, it would be a huge contribution. Ba Fei was very ambitious. Your Highness, in the current situation, we have no choice but to retreat. Wu Liang said helplessly. Then let's take down Black Chilin City before their reinforcements arrive. Ba Fei roared. I'm not a coward. If you don't want to fight, then run. I can't afford to lose face like this. Ba Fei continued. All the generals in the tent felt very awkward when they heard this. They didn't want to flee without a fight, but the current situation wasn't something they could control. Your Highness, do you want to fight? Wu Liang stared at Ba Fei with a solemn expression. Of course. Ba Fei was speechless. Fine, then let's fight. Wu Liang gritted his teeth and roared. Haha, good, very good. Ba Fei laughed. Soon, the army of the tyrannical Sky Dynasty outside Black Chilin City began to move. Countless soldiers were on standby, war horses neighed, and murderous intent filled the air. The commotion in the camp of the tyrannical Sky Dynasty's army immediately attracted the attention of the guards in the city. Oh no, they're going to attack the city. Longxiang Man stared at the camp of the tyrannical Sky Dynasty on the city wall with a solemn expression. On the street inside the East City Gate, a tall figure suddenly appeared. The person charged straight at the tightly shut city gate, courting death. The soldiers guarding the city gate immediately charged at the person. Scram! The person waved his right hand, and countless lightning bolts rushed out of his hand, directly blasting the soldiers who were attacking him into clouds of blood mist. Seeing that the person was unstoppable and was about to break the city gate, a figure descended from the sky and landed directly in front of the person. General Lei of the tyrannical Sky Dynasty's Wu Liang. Longxiang Man recognized this guy's origin at a glance. He was extremely shocked. How did this guy sneak into Black Chilin City? Roar! General Lei roared to the sky, and a powerful force of thunder and lightning erupted from his body. Every strand of his hair seemed to be surrounded by lightning, and every inch of his skin was flowing with electricity. He was like a demon overlooking the common people. A majestic wave of primordial chi erupted from his body, like a monstrous wave sweeping across the sky and the earth, and the wind and clouds changed color. Good. Longxiang Man sensed the opponent's strength, and the battle blood in his body began to boil. A phantom of a dragon and an elephant emerged from his body and roared at General Lei. Thunderclap, ninth heaven! General Lei roared and attacked with all his strength. Countless lightning bolts rushed out of his hands and bombarded the opposite Longxiang Man. Each lightning bolt revealed a heart-palpitating aura of destruction. Humph! Longxiang Man sneered and then punched out. A phantom of a dragon and elephant rushed out of his fist, and in an instant, countless lightning bolts were dispersed. After his fist force dispersed the lightning bolts, it directly bombarded General Lei. General Lei was shocked. He immediately formed a seal with his hands, and a light shield formed by interweaving lightning appeared in front of him. Boom! With a loud bang, the Longxiang Man's dragon and elephant fist force instantly collided with the lightning shield, and a loud sound erupted. The lightning shield in front of General Lei burst out with a dazzling electric light, and the strong light was dazzling and painful. The lightning shield in front of the Thunder General dissipated at the same time as the dragon-elephant phantasm. The Thunder General, on the other hand, felt as if he had been hit by a huge mountain. His body shook violently and he took a few steps back. The incomparably hard bluestone under Lei Zhang's feet was broken by him, and deep footprints were left on the ground. Swish! The Longxiang Man moved, and in an instant he was in front of General Lei. General Lei was shocked and wanted to attack, but the Longxiang Man didn't give him a chance. He had already heavily punched Lei Jiang in the chest. At the same time, the sound of bones breaking was heard, and Lei Jiang was sent flying. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and he smashed into the ground. He slid on the ground for dozens of feet before coming to a stop. You want to destroy the city gate. Chapter 5630. Wu Liang of the tyrannical Sky Empire had many capable people under his command. Otherwise, he would not have been able to lead the general of the tyrannical Sky Empire to defeat the army of the East Moon Empire and surround Black Chilin City. Black Chilin City was a gateway into the heart of the East Moon Empire. To the East Moon Empire, the importance of Black Chilin City was unquestionable. If the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire could take Black Chilin City, they could march straight into the heart of the East Moon Empire and conquer the city. Even if they could not destroy the East Moon Empire in one fell swoop, they could definitely make the empire suffer heavy casualties and lose a large piece of territory. As a result, the reinforcements of the East Moon Empire rushed to Black Chilin City. The vanguard was about to reach the city, and the main force was still behind. Tens of thousands of soldiers of the East Moon Empire flew across the sky like a dark cloud. A terrifying, murderous aura spread in the sky and on the ground. Everywhere they passed, countless living beings panicked. We're finally here. Bastards of the tyrannical Sky Empire, it's time for you to die. She stood on a large golden eagle, dressed in silver battle armor and silver battle boots. Her cloak fluttered behind her like flames. This was a young and beautiful female general with a heroic face. She wasn't inferior to a man in any way. At this time, outside Black Chilin City, the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire attacked the city gate in a frenzy. Battle cries shook the heavens and the earth. The soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire were everywhere outside the city, and the end could not be seen. On top of the city wall, the soldiers who saw this scene were so scared that their legs trembled and their faces paled. Even the guards at the city gate were extremely nervous. Woo! The sound of the horn resounded throughout the city. in Black Chilin City, the barracks at the 4 city gates were already in an uproar. Countless soldiers tidied up their armor and weapons in an orderly manner and gathered in the square inside the barracks. Then, under the leadership of the generals, they rushed out of the barracks and attacked the city gate. The main direction of the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire was the East Gate. Although the South and North Gates were also attacked, it was only a feint. The West Gate was behind Black Chilin City, so the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire could not attack the West Gate at all. Therefore, the troops stationed at the West Gate directly went to the East Gate. Countless citizens in Black Chilin City were terrified. Buzz! The void shook and Black Chilin City's Great City Defense Formation was activated at once. A ball of divine light was like an inverted bowl, covering the entire city. Dust billowed outside the city as countless soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire charged towards the East Gate. Bam! The first soldier from the tyrannical Sky Empire slammed into the light barrier outside the city gate. He screamed in pain and was sent flying back, crashing into a dozen soldiers behind him. In the next moment, the sound of collisions rang out, and the Sky Tyrant soldiers that hit the light shield of Black Chilin City were all sent flying. The guards on top of Black Chilin City heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this. However, at this moment, an arrow light shot out from the formation of the Sky Tyrant army and landed directly on the defensive formation of Black Chilin City. Boom! With a loud bang, the arrow light that hit Black Chilin City's light shield instantly exploded. The explosive power actually blasted a big hole in the light shield. Attack! The soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire immediately rushed in through the big hole in the light barrier of Black Chilin City like a tide. Fire! The general on top of the city wall roared angrily. The soldiers of the East Moon Empire were already prepared. Now that the general gave the order, arrows immediately rained down from the top of the city wall, turning the Sky Tyrant soldiers that charged in from outside the light shield into porcupines. However, at this moment, the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire continuously shot out powerful arrows. Those arrows actually directly blasted holes in the light shield of Black Chilin City. The soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire directly killed their way in through the holes in the light shield. However, what welcomed these Sky Tyrant soldiers was a rain of arrows from the top of Black Chilin City. In an instant, groups of Sky Tyrant soldiers fell in the city's Great City Defense Formation. The smell of blood permeated the air. This was war. It was cruel to the extreme. It was either you die or I die. It would not stop until one side was completely conquered. Very soon, the Sky Tyrant soldiers used the shield formation. They raised their heavy shields and pushed toward the city gate under the rain of arrows. Just as Wu Liang was commanding the army to attack the city, Gu Fei's clone had reached a critical juncture in refining the cold qi in his body. Of course, he was in the city lord's residence, so the battle did not affect him. Dong Yue Shui was still in the city lord's residence. She did not personally command Dong Yue's army to resist the attack of the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire. At the same time, the people of the tyrannical Sky Empire who were hiding in Black Chilin City began to destroy everywhere in the city. Even the Thunder General under Wu Liang's command had sneaked into Black Chilin City and suddenly exploded at the East Gate. He wanted to break through the gate and cooperate with the army outside the city to attack Black Chilin City. Unfortunately, the Dragon Elephant Man happened to be patrolling at the East Gate. As a result, the Thunder General was unlucky. The Dragon Elephant Man sent the Thunder General flying with a punch and strode toward the Thunder General. Thunder General, I respect you as a man. Why don't you surrender to me? The Dragon Elephant Man looked at the Thunder General, who was slowly standing up from the ground and could not help but admire his talent. This Thunder General was not simple. His thunder mystical skill was also impressive. If the Dragon Elephant Man did not happen to be at the East Gate, no one at the East Gate would be able to stop this guy. If this guy broke through the East Gate, the consequences would be dire. The Thunder General spat out a mouthful of blood and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He stared at the Dragon Elephant Man opposite him with a strong battle intent. However, the Dragon Elephant Man punched him in the chest. The soft armor under his clothes was broken, and his sternum was broken. He was seriously injured. However, he still held on and wanted to continue fighting with the Dragon Elephant Man. Sigh, in that case, I'll send you on your way. The Dragon Elephant Man shook his head and sighed. Thunderclap, ninth heaven. The Thunder General once again performed his strongest trump card. Rumble! 9 balls of lightning rushed out from his body, and a terrifying aura of destruction broke out from these balls of lightning. Countless dazzling electric lights appeared in the void like silver snakes. This time, the Thunder General gave it his all. The 9 balls of lightning, like the tribulation lightning of the 9th heaven, bombarded the Dragon Elephant Man. The void seemed to be torn apart by the dazzling electric lights. You overestimate yourself. The Dragon Elephant Man's mighty body shook, and the shadow of the Dragon Elephant immediately emerged from his body. At this time, it was not 1 dragon and 1 elephant, but 3 dragons and 3 elephants. Chapter 5631. Outside Black Chilin City, the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire could not help but attack the city. Under the command of Wu Liang, the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire launched a fierce attack on Black Chilin City. To the surprise of the defenders of Black Chilin City, there was a powerful array master among the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire. The mysterious array master was the trump card of the young emperor of the tyrannical Sky Empire. He had saved this trump card for last. Sure enough, the mysterious array master broke through the light shield of the Black Chilin City's protective formation with his arrows, allowing the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire to charge into the light shield. Young lord, you're really something. Wu Liang gave Ba Fei a thumbs up in the sky above the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire. Great Array Master Lin is really powerful. Ba Fei said proudly as he looked at the figure sitting cross-legged in the void not far away, surrounded by countless formation runes. Great Array Master Lin was an expert in Array Dao that he had spent a lot of money to invite. He was the successor of the mystical sky sect of the Limitless Realm. His Array Dao was not weak. Otherwise, the successor of the mystical sky sect would not have been able to break through the light shield of the Black Chilin City's Array Dao and let the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire in. You're right, young lord. But Master Lin is a little mysterious. Wu Liang laughed. Rays of light shot up into the sky from Master Lin's array and landed on Black Chilin City. Every arrow broke a big hole in the light shield of Black Chilin City. Heavenly Army, attack! Wu Liang roared. His voice was heard by every soldier of the tyrannical Sky Empire. This was the power and terror of a peak heaven rank expert. Ba Fei frowned. Wu Liang's cultivation was not to be underestimated. He was also in the heaven rank, but he was only in the initial stage. With Wu Liang's cultivation, he did not care about the young lord at all. However, he did not dare to slight Ba Fei because of his status. Ba Fei was the most beloved little brother of the tyrannical Sky Emperor. There were many kings in the tyrannical Sky dynasty, but only Ba Fei could have his own private army. The other kings didn't have this privilege. At Wu Liang's command, countless figures rushed out from the Sky Tyrant Army's formation. These soldiers rode on black demon eagles and soared into the sky. In the next moment, under the leadership of the Black Fiend General, the Black Fiend Heavenly Army pounced towards Black Chilin City like a dark cloud. However, the guards of Black Chilin City were not to be trifled with. Countless arrows were shot out from the city. The arrows hit the black demon condor in the sky above Black Chilin City and bounced off. The feathers on the black demon condor's body were extremely hard, and not even sharp arrows could pierce through them. At the same time, black shadows swooped down from the sky and charged into the city. Brothers, attack Black Chilin City and capture Dongyu and Shui are alive. Charge! The black demon general roared and jumped down from the Black Demon Condor King. Like a meteor, it landed on the east street of Black Chilin City. At this moment, Lei Jiang was fighting the Dragon Elephant Barbarian. The Black Demon General was dumbfounded when he saw Lei Jiang and the Dragon Elephant Barbarian fighting. He thought to himself, "My luck is too bad to meet the Dragon Elephant Barbarian as soon as I arrived." The Dragon Elephant Barbarian was the #1 warrior in Black Chilin City. Whoever met him was unlucky. Even Lei Jiang was almost beaten to a pulp by him. The Dragon Elephant Barbarian was extremely powerful. He broke Lei Jiang's trump card in one move and sent him flying with a punch. This time, Lei Jiang fell to the ground with a punch from the Dragon Elephant Barbarian. He vomited blood and could not even stand up. He had completely lost his ability to fight. Shit! The Black Demon General was shocked. The Dragon Elephant Barbarian really lived up to his name. Swoosh! When the Black Demon General saw the Dragon Elephant Barbarian looking at him, he immediately turned around and fled. What a joke! This guy was the #1 warrior in Black Chilin City. Hey, weren't you very cool just now? Attack Black Chilin City and capture Dongyu and Shui are alive. You're awesome. Why did you run? The Dragon Elephant Barbarian's voice came from behind the Black Demon General. The Black Demon General did not dare to answer and fled even faster. The Dragon Elephant Barbarian was about to give chase. Dragon Elephant Barbarian, he's mine. At this moment, a warrior appeared on the opposite street. The warrior held a halberd and blocked the Black Demon General's path. Very well, Tu Tianhu, this guy is yours. The Dragon Elephant Barbarian ignored the Black Demon General and directly soared into the sky, landing on the city wall. He raised his head and looked at the arrows falling from the sky. He could not help but frown. Those were formation-breaking arrows. Obviously, there were array masters in the enemy's camp. To be able to break the light shield formed by the power of Black Chilin City's city defense formation. These formation-breaking arrows were no ordinary arrows. At this moment, Tu Tianhu and the Black Demon General were fighting on the street. The Black Demon Army of the Tyrannical Sky Empire charged into Black Chilin City. But these Black Demon Army had to face the Black Chilin City garrison that was more than 10 times their number. Soon, the Black Demon Army was surrounded by the city's army. The Black Demon Army of the Tyrannical Sky Empire was about to be completely annihilated. However, at this critical moment, several powerful Tyrannical Sky generals directly charged into Black Chilin City from the sky. Although there were only a few Black Demon generals, their battle prowess was extremely great. As soon as these fellows charged into the city, they killed many soldiers guarding the city. The experts in the city had no choice but to take action. Even now, the little princess of the East Moon Empire still had not shown herself. The army of Black Chilin City moved, methodically killing the Black Demon Army that had charged into the city. The situation had not yet gone out of control. The Tyrannical Sky Empire's army could not break into the city for a while, so the two sides engaged in an extremely brutal battle. The smell of blood that permeated the air was nauseating. At this moment, Gu Fei's God King clone was still refining the cold energy in its body under the fire dragon tree near the city lord's residence. There were no array masters in Black Chilin City, so no one could completely activate the entire city defense formation. As a result, the East Moon Empire's garrison was very passive. More and more experts of the Tyrannical Sky Empire charged into the city through the gap in the light barrier. Everyone wanted to break open the east gate so that the army outside the city could charge in. However, the garrison of Black Chilin City was extremely tenacious, fighting desperately against the soldiers of the Tyrannical Sky Empire. Corpses piled up like a mountain below the city walls. Most of these corpses were left behind by the soldiers of the Tyrannical Sky Empire. Whoosh! An arrow suddenly descended from the sky and landed less than a meter away from Gu Fei's clone at the east gate of the city lord's residence, stabbing into the ground. Boom! Chapter 5632. Outside Black Chilin City, The army of the tyrannical Sky Empire was attacking in a frenzy. Battle cries shook the heavens and the earth. Whether it was the defenders of Black Chilin City or the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire, countless people were bloodshot. Wu Liang and Ba Fei both knew that this was their last chance to take down Black Chilin City because the reinforcements of the East Moon Empire were about to arrive. If they did not take down Black Chilin City before the reinforcements arrived, they would be surrounded by the army of the East Moon Empire and be completely annihilated. Therefore, Wu Liang, the commander of the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire, did not hold back. He sent out the entire army. However, to Wu Liang's surprise, the hedonistic Prince Ba Fei was not completely useless. He actually invited a formation master from the mystical heaven sect. Black Chilin City was an important city of the East Moon Empire. This city had a protective formation. Once the formation was activated, the entire city would become an impenetrable fortress. The reason why the city was so difficult to take down was because of the protective formation. But now the hedonistic Prince Ba Fei actually did not hesitate to invite a formation master from the mystical heaven sect to break the formation. He had really invested a lot this time. After all, it was not so easy to invite a formation master from the mystical heaven sect. This time, Master Lin was willing to help, so Ba Fei must have paid a great price. At this moment, a huge formation loomed in the sky above the tyrannical Sky Empire's army. Countless formation patterns interweaved in the void, and rays of light condensed from the formation. A figure sat cross-legged in the center of the formation. All the spiritual qi in the world was attracted by the formation. Endless spiritual qi gathered toward the formation from all directions. The weather changed in the area where Black Chilin City was, and the sun and moon dimmed. In addition, countless soldiers from the East Moon Empire and the tyrannical Sky Empire were fighting fiercely. The smell of blood filled the air. This was practically hell on earth. That's high up in the sky, dozens of kilometers away. A valiant female general standing on a huge golden condor could not help but be shocked when she saw the strange phenomenon in the sky before her. At the location of Black Chilin City, the dark clouds were vast and mighty. Dazzling bolts of lightning constantly appeared in the dark clouds. Even though it was tens of miles away, one could still feel a terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate. Prepare for battle. Kill your way over. The female general waved her arm and shouted. Then, she stepped on the golden condor and rushed towards the direction of Black Chilin City. Kill! The countless heavenly soldiers of the East Moon Empire behind her roared at the same time. They drew their weapons and charged forward on their condors. A terrifying aura of slaughter swept through the surroundings. The vanguard of the East Moon Empire had arrived. However, the ground army of the East Moon Empire was still over 100 kilometers away from Black Chilin City. It was impossible for them to reach Black Chilin City in a short time. However, the heavenly army of the East Moon Empire would soon reach Black Chilin City. Even if the tens of thousands of Eastern Moon heavenly army joined the battle, they would not be able to gain any advantage over the tyrant army. Just as the battle was in a stalemate, an arrow light landed near the east gate of the City Lord Mansion, right in front of the fire dragon tree where Gu Fei's clone was sitting. Boom! With a loud bang, the arrow light exploded and turned into a destructive force that enveloped Gu Fei's doppelganger. The violent power was wreaking havoc. Nephew Wang Zhan, when Black Tiger saw this, he was shocked, furious, and sorrowful. They had already hidden themselves in the City Lord's mansion. Yet Wang Zhan still had to collect his lunchbox. However, when the smoke dissipated, a figure appeared under the fire dragon tree. Nephew Wang Zhan? Black Tiger was surprised and overjoyed when he saw the figure under the tree. When the smoke and dust dissipated, Gu Fei's clone was still sitting under the fire dragon tree. However, he was now completely charred and cut a sorry figure. Phew! Gu Fei's clone exhaled a breath of black air. It had been really dangerous earlier. The arrow light had first broken through the barrier of the Great Protective Formation, so its power had naturally been greatly reduced. Otherwise, he would have died from that attack. His body shook, and in the next moment, a powerful wave of energy immediately erupted from his body. This black tiger was taken aback. The aura that erupted from Gufei's clone was so oppressive that he almost couldn't breathe. Earth rank. Black tiger was indescribably shocked. How long had it been? This young man had actually broken through to the Earth rank. In black tiger's eyes, Wang Zhan was merely a soldier from Black Chilin City who was trying his best to survive. As a soldier, he did not know what would happen tomorrow. Especially now, a war had erupted between the East Moon Empire and the Tyrannical Empire. Soldiers like them seemed to have long been destined to die on the battlefield. Wang Zhan's father had died on the battlefield. As his nephew, Black Tiger knew everything about Wang Zhan. No one knew Wang Zhan's capabilities better than he did. Ever since he returned from the battlefield, Wang Zhan seemed to have changed into a different person. His temperament changed greatly, and his cultivation continued to soar. What the hell was going on? Black Tiger was truly curious. Furthermore, this nephew of his seemed to be working for Princess Dongyue. How did Wang Zhan get to know the princess? Earth rank, initial stage. Not bad. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. A figure appeared under the fire dragon tree without any warning. Greetings, your highness. Black Tiger knelt on the ground in fright when he saw the person. Naturally, Dongyue Shui did not take Black Tiger seriously. She only had eyes for the person sitting under the fire dragon tree. Your cultivation barely qualifies to be my guard, Dongyue Shui continued. Dongyue Shui continued. With her heaven rank cultivation, she could naturally see through Gufei's clone with a single glance. Moreover, Gufei's clone did not intentionally hide his cultivation, only barely qualifies. Gufei's avatar slowly stood up from the ground. He had finally refined the cold yuan qi that he had devoured from Hufeng. Just now, he had been blasted by the arrow light that had descended from the sky, and he had casually devoured the energy that had erupted from the arrow light. Now, it could be said that he had profited from a disaster. After devouring the energy from the arrow of light, his cultivation level had completely stabilized. Her Highness has already overestimated you by saying that you qualify. At this moment, a figure walked over from afar. It was a woman wearing battle armor and holding a spear. She had a red headband and a slender figure. She looked heroic but not ugly. One look and it was obvious that she could fight. Earth rank peak? Half-step heaven realm? When Gufei's doppelganger saw this woman, his pupils involuntarily shrank. She's my guard captain, Dongyue Shui said. Is she very strong? Gufei's clone said indifferently. Why don't we fight? Chapter 5633. The princess of the East Moon Empire, Dongyue Shui, was accompanied by a team of female guards. Yang Feiyun was the captain of the team. Yang Feiyun was no weaker than men. Although she was a woman, her cultivation and battle prowess were much stronger than men of the same level. Of course, no matter how heaven-defying she was, she could not be as heaven-defying as Gufei's clone, who could challenge cultivators of a higher level. At this moment, Yang Feiyun had already arrived before Gufei's clone with her spear in hand. She was brimming with battle intent, and her gaze was like lightning. She could attack Gufei's clone at any time. What? You don't dare to fight me? Yang Feiyun stared at Gufei's clone, and a powerful aura burst from her body. Are you crazy? Why should I fight you? Gufei's clone refused right away. This captain's cultivation was far above his. Fight her? He was not that stupid. Of course. Gufei's clone was not afraid of this captain. Even if she was half a step into the heavenly realm, he was not afraid. His 9 secrets of a mortal path was not to be trifled with. So you're a coward. Yang Feiyun said disdainfully. Come on, goading is so common. Can't you come up with something new? Gufei's clone shook his head, helplessly. I don't care if you fight me or not. If you don't fight me, I'll fight you. Yang Feiyun raised her spear as she spoke. The spear in her hand immediately turned into a blur, stabbing towards Gu Fei's clone's chest at an extremely fast speed. You! Gu Fei's clone was truly speechless. Who was this girl? She actually wanted to force me to fight her? Princess Dong Yue watched from the side without saying anything. She seemed to be enjoying the show. The black tiger was still lying on the ground. Princess Dong Yue did not tell him to stand up, so he kept lying there, not daring to move or speak. Humph! Gu Fei's doppelganger used the 8 desolation steps and dodged Yang Feiyun's spear with ease. Then, he threw a punch at Yang Feiyun. The punch he threw seemed very casual, and there was no powerful fist energy wave that erupted from his fist. However, it was this punch that shocked Yang Feiyun. Bam! Yang Feiyun's right palm moved forward, and the fist and palm instantly collided. Gu Fei's doppelganger felt as if he had been hit by a huge mountain. His entire body was lifted off the ground, and he floated a few dozen feet away. Half-step heaven realm is indeed powerful. Gu Fei's doppelganger calmly looked at the woman in front of him. There was still a huge difference between him and the people who were half a step into heaven realm. After exchanging a blow with Yang Feiyun, Gu Fei's avatar's entire right arm was numb from the shock. Moreover, he knew that this was not the true power of this guard captain. If Yang Feiyun had used her full strength, Gu Fei's avatar would definitely be injured. Stop! Seeing that the female guard captain was about to attack him again, Gu Fei's avatar hurriedly shouted for her to stop. He did not want to be beaten up for no reason. You think I'll stop just because you say so? Yang Feiyun continued to press towards Gu Fei's avatar. At this moment, rays of light broke through the light barrier of Black Qilin City and landed in the city. The entire city was in chaos, and the arrows destroyed many houses. Even the ordinary citizens hiding in their houses were no longer safe. Meanwhile, the defending army of Black Qilin City was engaged in an intense battle with the Sky Tyrant army. The casualties on both sides kept increasing. The Sky Tyrant army refused to retreat and swore to take down Black Qilin City. Dong Yue Shui did not expect the Sky Tyrant dynasty to hire a formation master. Only a formation master could break through the light barrier of Black Qilin City. Moreover, this was not something an ordinary formation master could do. The formation master who helped the Sky Tyrant army was most likely a heaven formation master. To Dong Yue Shui, this was definitely not a good thing, because the formation of Black Qilin City could only passively defend. Without a formation master controlling it, it would be great if it could even unleash 1/10 of its power. Black Qilin City originally had a professional formation master controlling the formation. However, before the war broke out, the array master who was in charge of the Black Qilin City's protective formation was assassinated. Everyone could guess that it was done by the tyrannical Sky Empire, because only they could benefit from killing the formation master of Black Qilin City. Reality proved that killing the formation master of Black Qilin City was a brilliant move. Now, the formation master from the mystical heaven sect that Ba Fei hired had successfully broken through the light barrier of Black Qilin City. The Sky Tyrant dynasty's army had already entered Black Qilin City under the leadership of the Black Fiend General. Meanwhile, the main force of the Sky Tyrant army was also attacking the East City Gate. Once the city gate was breached by the Sky Tyrant army, the owner of Black Qilin City would change. All right, that's enough. Instead of wasting your energy here, you might as well go kill the enemies. Dong Yue Shui finally spoke, because among everyone present, she was the only one who could order Yang Feiyun around. Yes, Your Highness. Yang Feiyun sheathed his spear. Dong Yue Shui. I'm going to capture you alive today and make you my feet-washing maid. At this moment, an arrogant laugh came from the sky. Gu Fei's clone raised his head abruptly and saw more than a dozen powerful figures rushing down from the sky, charging towards them. Ba Fei? Dong Yueshui immediately stared at the young man wearing a golden crown. With a flip of her left hand, a godly bow appeared in her hand. East Moon Bow. Ba Fei, the young lord of Sky Tyrant dynasty, who had descended menacingly with a group of experts, was shocked when he saw the godly bow in Dong Yueshui's hand. After all, he was injured by Dong Yueshui's East Moon Bow earlier. If it wasn't for the medical experts treating him, he would still be bedridden. Ba Fei, looks like you really don't want to live anymore. Dong Yueshui soared into the sky and arrived before Ba Fei. Leave her to me. You guys go break the formation. Ba Fei stared coldly at Dong Yueshui. Yes, Your Highness. The generals behind Ba Fei immediately accepted the order and charged towards the east, south, and north gates of Black Qilin City. As long as the 3 gates were broken, Black Qilin City would be done for. This time, Ba Fei had brought all of his experts, hoping to win the battle and leave his name in the annals of history. Uncle Mystic, let's go. When Gu Fei Yun's clone saw this, he immediately rushed to the mystic black tiger, who was still lying on the ground. He grabbed the tiger and dashed towards a secret place in the city, Lord's Mansion. Wang Zhan, you're running away? Yang Fei Yin was furious when he saw Gu Fei Yun's clone escaping into the city, Lord's Mansion. Chapter 5634. When the battle erupted, the young lord of the tyrannical Sky Empire, Ba Fei, led his subordinates and charged straight into Turtle Qilin City, intending to capture Dong Yueshui alive. However, Dong Yueshui was the princess of the East Moon Empire after all, and the most beloved princess of the East Moon Imperial Lord. She also possessed the East Moon Bow. How could it be easy for the young lord to capture Dong Yueshui alive? As soon as he saw Dong Yueshui's right hand on the bowstring, he was so frightened that he immediately took out a shield and placed it in front of him. A powerful wave of energy spread out from the shield in his hand and enveloped him. The sky-dominating shield. Dong Yueshui was shocked when she saw the shield in front of Ba Fei. The seemingly inconspicuous shield was definitely not simple. It was a great treasure of the tyrannical Sky Empire, the sky-dominating shield. This was a powerful Taoist treasure. The East Moon Bow was mainly used for attack, while the sky-dominating shield was used for defense. This combination of attack and defense was simply amazing. In the end, whether the East Moon Bow could pierce through the sky-dominating shield was still unknown. Even Dong Yueshui was uncertain. Ba Fei was also nervous. He did not know if the sky-dominating shield in his hand could block an arrow from the East Moon Bow. If he couldn't stop them, then not only would he not be able to break through Yulin City, he might even lose his life here. Neither of them dared to act recklessly. Both of them stared at each other. Just as Dong Yueshui and Ba Fei were facing off in the sky, Yang Yunfei was fighting the general who had charged down from the sky. Although Yang Yunfei was a woman, she was extremely ferocious when she wielded the spear in her hand. Her strength was astonishing as well. Clang! She swept her spear horizontally and directly smashed it against the general's saber, causing sparks to fly everywhere. The general was sent flying over a dozen meters away by Yang Yunfei's spear. Even the hand holding the saber was trembling. He lowered his head and saw that there was a thumb-sized nick on the blade of his saber. This Ling Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. His battle blade was a middle-grade Dao artifact among the earth-ranked ones, but the blade was actually chipped by the opponent's battle spear. Could it be that the spear in his hand is actually a high-grade, earth-tier Dao artifact? The Dao tools of the Limitless Realm could be divided into low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade. Above high-grade was the supreme grade. Normally, cultivators would use low-grade or mid-grade Dao tools. Very few people would use high-grade Dao tools. As for the supreme grade Dao tools, very few people would use them. To be more precise, very few people would use them. "You are Yang Feiyun?" Ling Feng stared at the heroic female general with a spear in her hand. "Kill." Yang Feiyun didn't bother to talk nonsense with this guy. He directly raised the spear in his hand and attacked Ling Feng. His murderous aura was shocking. Damn it! Knowing that his opponent was Yang Feiyun, Ling Feng did not dare to fight with him anymore. He turned around and ran. What a joke! Yang Feiyun was Dong Yueshui, Er's guard captain. His cultivation was at least at the peak of Earth Realm. Although Ling Feng asked himself that his cultivation was not bad, compared to Yang Feiyun, it was still not enough. If he didn't escape, should he stay and die? Fighting with his opponent, despite knowing that he was no match for him, was definitely an extremely stupid move. Ling Feng was not a fool, so he could only admit defeat. At the same time, Dong Yueshui, and Ba Fei were still facing off in the sky. Gu Fei's clone, who had already entered the city, Lord's mansion with the black tiger, looked up at the two figures in the sky and could not help but shake his head. A fight between experts always seemed to be the same. Gu Fei's clone withdrew his gaze and brought the black tiger to an inconspicuous house. He directly punched open the wooden door and was about to walk in. Whoosh! 2 rays of cold light shot out from behind the door without any warning at an extremely fast speed. What? Gu Fei's doppelganger was taken aback. He hurriedly stretched out his hands and caught the 2 beams of cold light in his hands. The black tiger was shocked by this scene. He stared blankly at the short arrow that was less than an inch away from his nose. The arrowhead almost touched his nose. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Black Tiger's forehead. If Gu Fei's doppelganger had been just a little slower, he would have been shot in the face by the short arrow and died. In that instant, he had taken a trip to the gates of hell. There's a trap? Gu Fei's clone threw away the 2 short arrows in his hands. In the next moment, a wave of will spread from his body. With the help of his spiritual force, everything in the small house appeared in his mind. There was another world inside the house. Gu Fei's clone was about to walk in. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked Gu Fei's clone. The entrance to the small house was a door. The person who suddenly appeared directly blocked the small door. "Little guy, this is not a place you can come. Get out of here." The middle-aged man in front of the door glared at Gu Fei's clone impatiently. Gu Fei's clone did not waste any time. He tore off a token from his waist and threw it in front of the middle-aged man. Ah! The middle-aged man stared blankly at the medallion that was almost smashed into his face. His expression was as uncomfortable as if he had just swallowed 100 flies. "Why aren't you moving to the side?" Gu Fei's clone retracted the token and said coldly. The middle-aged man's expression changed. He hesitated for a moment, but still retreated to the side obediently. He felt extremely depressed. Why did the princess send a little guy who was still wet behind the ears to take over this place? Gu Fei's doppelganger no longer paid attention to this fellow and directly brought the black tiger into the house. The moment he stepped into the house, Gu Fei's clone saw a bright light in front of him. A huge space appeared in front of him. In this space, there were interweaving array inscriptions. These array inscriptions looked extremely complicated. Even the void was filled with array inscriptions. This was the array center of the entire Yulin City. Here, all the array formations of Yulin City could be controlled. However, there was no one controlling it. Gu Fei's clone had come here to control the entire array formation of Yulin City. Guys from the tyrannical Sky Empire, you're out of luck. Gu Fei's clone stared at the core of the formation in front of him with a cold smile on his face. As long as he controlled this array center, he would be able to control all the array formations of Yulin City. The power of the array formations of Yulin City would definitely increase by several times, or even more than 10 times. Chapter 5635. No one would have thought that the core of the formations was actually hidden in an inconspicuous little hut at the back of the city, Lord's estate. The scouts of the tyrannical Sky Empire could not find where the core of the formations was either. Otherwise, the experts of the empire would have attacked this place as soon as possible. This was because once the core of the formation was breached, they would be able to destroy the entire formation. At that time, the entire Yulin city would become a defenseless city. That way, the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire would be able to easily breach the city and open the gates of the East Moon Empire. The army would then be able to march straight in and kill their way into the heart of the empire. The reason why Gu Fei's clone knew where the core of the formations was because his cultivation in formations was rather high. In reality, he could tell where the source of the formations was with a single glance. But the formation master of the wondrous heaven sect that the young lord of the tyrannical Sky Empire had invited failed to do so. This was the difference. At this moment, the sounds of battle shook the heavens both inside and outside of the city. Outside the city, Wu Liang was commanding the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire to attack the city, while inside, the young lord of the tyrannical Sky Empire was leading a group of experts against the experts of the three great clans. The experts of the Hu family, the Tu family, and the Long Xiang family had all been mobilized because everyone in the city had reached a critical juncture of life and death. If they did not fight with their lives on the line, there would only be one outcome: the annihilation of their clans. The city lord of Dragon Qilin City, Dong Yutianxia, was an extremely domineering expert. At this moment, he was clad in battle armor and wielding a blade, standing on top of the city's eastern gate, staring coldly at a general in the sky. The general in the sky was also looking down at Dong Yutianxia on top of the city walls. This general was the commander of the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire, Wu Liang. The two experts faced off in the sky, actually ignoring the countless soldiers fighting for their lives in front of the city gates. It was as if they only had eyes for each other. At this moment, Gu Fei's clone was standing in the air inside the small hut, closely examining the countless formation inscriptions that constantly wove together. In the eyes of those who didn't understand array formations, these runes were naturally mysterious and unfathomable. However, in the eyes of the ancient clone, these runes were actually low-level runes. What happened? Gu Fei's doppelganger was somewhat dumbfounded. This was the limitless realm. Amongst all the great worlds, the limitless realm was the apex superworld. Moreover, the cultivation system of the limitless realm should have been developed to the pinnacle. But why was the Yulin city's array formation still at the elementary level? This shouldn't be the case. Gu Fei's clone really could not understand why something like this would happen. After all, Bailin City's importance to the East Moon Empire was beyond doubt. It was such an important city, but the city protecting array was actually a basic array formation. When Gu Fei's clone saw this, he couldn't help but shake his head. Could it be that the Limitless Realms array Dao was actually very backward? The various cultivation systems of the Limitless Realm should have been developed to the pinnacle. When the middle-aged man saw Gu Fei's clone staring blankly at the countless runes in front of him, he could not help but sneer. He said with some mockery, "The array formation here is not something you can imagine. I think you'd better leave." Humph. Gu Fei's clone did not say anything. Instead, he directly strode forward. "What are you trying to do? Are you tired of living?" The middle-aged man could not help but be shocked when he saw that Gu Fei's clone actually wanted to enter the center of the array formation. In his opinion, only a formation master could enter the center of the array formation and control it, as well as all the formations in the entire Bailin City. Nephew Wang Zhan, the Black Tiger, also wanted to stop Gu Fei's clone. "It's just a basic array formation." Gu Fei's clone said indifferently, "Little guy, you're so young, yet you don't know your limits." The city-protecting formation of Bailin City was set up by a formation master. "If you want to die, go in." The middle-aged man mocked. "Is that so? Then why don't we make a bet?" Gu Fei's doppelganger remained indifferent. "Ha ha ha, do you have a wager?" The middle-aged man became even more disdainful. "This guy is only a teenager and he looks so unkempt. Even the beggars on the streets are cleaner than him." Gu-Fei's clone thought to himself, "This guy is looking down on me. I'll show you later. If I lose, this token will be yours." Gu-Fei's clone took out the token Dongyue, Shui, or gave him. The middle-aged man was startled. "You really want to use this token as a wager?" "Do I need to lie to you?" Gu-Fei's clone said indifferently. "Fine, I'll fight you." The middle-aged man knew the value of this token. If he could obtain this token, he might be able to leave Bailin City. He did not want to die together with the city. At this moment, the Heaven Tyrant army was slowly gaining the upper hand and was charging at the city gate. The situation was dire. "I've taken out my wager. What about yours?" Gu-Fei stared coldly at the middle-aged man. "Humph." The middle-aged man sneered and flipped his right hand. A giant halberd immediately appeared in his hand. "This is an Earth-class, low-grade Dao weapon. What do you think?" The middle-aged man said proudly. He had spent a lot of effort and paid a hefty price to obtain this halberd. He felt the pain of taking it out. Of course, he did not believe that this little guy could control the core of the formation laid out by a formation master. "Very well, hand over the halberd." Gu-Fei's clone reached out his right hand and was about to take the halberd from the middle-aged man's hand. "You think you've won?" The middle-aged man dodged and said coldly, "You're right about that. I've really won. Hand it over." "Are you joking?" The middle-aged man was a little angry. "Sigh. Since that's the case, open your dog eyes wide." As Gu-Fei's clone spoke, he strode forward and walked into the void filled with runes. "What?" Seeing the scene, the middle-aged man's eyes widened and his face revealed an expression of disbelief. What made him most dumbfounded was that wherever Gu-Fei's clone passed, the interweaving formation runes in the void would move aside. How was this possible? How did he do it? Who is he? How is this possible? The middle-aged man murmured. He had lost. Gu-Fei's doppelganger strolled around the center of the formation before walking out again. He walked up to the middle-aged man step by step and looked at him coldly. "You want to fight with me? Aren't you looking for trouble?" Chapter 5636. In an inconspicuous hut in the Black Qilin City's city lord residence, there was a completely different world inside. The huge space was filled with formation runes. Countless formation runes were constantly intertwining, forming various mysterious and unpredictable array diagrams. These array diagrams looked extremely complicated, but in the eyes of Gu-Fei's avatar it was nothing much. Because the great Tao was simple, the simpler the Tao pattern, the more powerful it was. If one could replace countless formation runes with a single formation rune and exert a stronger power, then would there be a need to make the array so complicated? This was the difference between an expert and a beginner. In the eyes of Gu-Fei's avatar, the array of Black Qilin City was just a basic array. This was also the reason why there were countless formation runes in this huge space. At this time, Gu-Fei's avatar walked around the space filled with countless formation runes, then stood in front of the middle-aged man and looked at him indifferently. The middle-aged man was not a weakling because he was the guardian of the Black Qilin City's array center. He was just a guard, and a guard with good combat power. He did not understand array formations. "Still not going to hand it over?" Gu-Fei's avatar said indifferently. The middle-aged man's complexion became very ugly. He had actually underestimated this little guy. However, he was extremely curious. This little guy actually knew about arrays. How was this possible? How old was he? He was just a little guy who was still wet behind the ears. Could it be that he was more awesome than the array master of the mystical heaven sect, who was breaking the array outside the city? When it came to array formations, the mystical heaven sect was really famous in the limitless realm. They were one of the rare array formations sects in the limitless realm. Could it be that this little guy had obtained an even more powerful array formation inheritance? If you bet, you must be willing to lose. What? Can't afford to lose? Just when the middle-aged man's mind was in a mess, the voice of Gu-Fei's avatar suddenly came into his mind. This voice contained a force. Every sound was like a heavy hammer, fiercely pounding on the middle-aged man's soul. The The middle-aged man was directly shaken awake by the sound wave technique of Gu Fei's avatar. Ah! The middle-aged man subconsciously tightened his grip on the halberd in his hand. This was a low-grade, earth-rank Tao artifact, and he had actually lost it. His heart was bleeding. One had to know that he had paid a considerable price to obtain this Tao artifact. "Give it to me." Gu Fei's doppelganger reached out and grabbed the halberd in his opponent's hand. The middle-aged man was unwilling to give up. He grabbed onto the halberd, and a murderous aura emanated from his body. He actually wanted to kill Gu Fei's clone. Gu Fei had experienced countless battles in his life, so he was especially sensitive to killing intent. As long as someone wanted to kill him, he would immediately sense it. This had already become an instinct of his. Although Wang Zhan was just a clone of Gu Fei in the unbounded realm, this clone possessed all of Gu Fei's combat experience. Gu Fei's doppelganger was not angry, but this guy actually wanted to kill him? The middle-aged man's heart trembled. He loosened his grip, and the spear in his hand was taken away. Sigh. The middle-aged man sighed. In the end, he still did not dare to make a move, because he could not see through this little guy's strength. Moreover, this little guy had Dongyue Shui, or his token. Dongyue Shui. His token was not so easily given to others. Only those whom Dongyue Shui, or valued and trusted the most, would have the opportunity to obtain the token. Killing this little guy would have dire consequences. After all, Dongyue Shui was a heaven-ranked expert, and the Dongyue royal clan was so powerful that the middle-aged man would not dare to go against them. He could only reluctantly give up his treasure. Not bad. Gu Fei's doppelganger said, and kept the halberd in his hand. He originally wanted to give it to the black tiger, but on second thought, if the black tiger were to carry such a spear, it would directly bring disaster upon itself. It would not even know how it died. In the unbounded realm, killing and robbing was a common occurrence. Gu Fei's doppelganger had no time to care about this young man. He directly strode into the center of the formation and sat on a stone seat. With a wave of his right hand, the entire central space of the formation changed directly. The middle-aged man and the black tiger could not see the figure of Gu Fei's doppelganger in an instant. Then, in the dazzling divine light, the shadow of a city appeared. The entire city was covered by countless formation patterns, and the formation patterns on the surface had small holes from time to time. Naturally, they did not know what was happening. The small holes on the formation patterns were gradually being repaired. The center of the formation actually displayed the current situation of the entire Black Qilin City. The city shadow was naturally Black Qilin City, and the countless formation patterns covering Black Qilin City were the city guarding formation. The holes that appeared on the runes of the city protecting Great Array were the runes that were broken when the formation master of the mystical heaven sect outside the city attacked the city protecting Great Array. Although the city guarding formation of Black Qilin City was not controlled by anyone, it was still operating and could automatically repair the formation patterns broken by the formation breaking arrow. At this moment, in the sky above the east gate of Black Qilin City, a figure sitting cross-legged in the formation suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of cold light rushed out from his eyes. This man in black was the formation master of the mystical heaven sect invited by young Lord Batian, Master Lin. And Master Lin was very mysterious. He wore a bamboo hat and covered his face. No one knew whether this Master Lin was a man or a woman, because it was impossible to tell at all. This mysterious Master Lin sensed that the city guarding formation of Black Qilin City had changed. What's going on? Master Lin was shocked. Didn't they say that the formation master of Black Qilin City had been assassinated by Batian? Who else in Black Qilin City could control the city guarding formation? In order to break into Black Qilin City, young Lord Batian could be said to be unscrupulous. He wanted to destroy the city guarding formation of Black Qilin City at all costs. Without anyone controlling the city guarding formation, the power of the city guarding formation of Black Qilin City was greatly reduced. This gave Master Lin of the mystical heaven sect an opportunity. But at this moment, the city guarding formation of Black Qilin City changed. It was the most crucial moment. As long as one or two formation eyes were destroyed, the city guarding formation of Black Qilin City could be completely broken. But now there was an accident. Master Lin was shocked to find that the restoration speed of the city guarding formation of Black Qilin City had become faster. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to gather towards Black Qilin City. The city guarding formation of Black Qilin City was actively gathering the power of heaven and earth. Compared to the passive gathering speed of the power of heaven and earth, the speed of the city guarding formation of Black Qilin City actively gathering the power of heaven and earth was 10 times faster. Soon, a huge whirlpool appeared in the sky above Black Qilin City. Countless people who were fighting outside the city looked up to the sky in horror. Chapter 5637. After Gu Fei's doppelganger took control of the Black Qilin City's formation center, the entire Black Qilin City's defensive formation was like a terrifying heavenly beast that had suddenly awakened from its slumber. The sky above Black Qilin City suddenly changed color. The sun and the moon lost their light, and the aura from all directions crazily gathered towards Black Qilin City. The whole Black Qilin City's Great City defense formation came alive. On the city protecting Great Array, the runes on the areas that had been damaged by the formation-breaking arrows were rapidly repairing themselves. The power of the array was constantly increasing. How is this possible? Master Lin of the Mystical Heaven sect was inexplicably shocked. Did an array master take over the array center of the Black Qilin City? Black Qilin City's city defense formation was the key to the survival of Black Qilin City. Once the city defense formation was broken, Black Qilin City would be finished. However, as long as the city barrier formation was still in place, the people in the city would still be able to fight against the Sky Tyrant army. What happened? At this moment, everyone looked up at the huge spiritual vortex that appeared in the sky above Black Qilin City. A visible pillar of spiritual energy fell from the sky and was absorbed by the city defense formation. Wu Liang, who was in the air, was also shocked. Behind Wu Liang were more than 10 warriors. These warriors were all very strong, and even the weakest among them was an Earth-rank warrior. These were the subordinates of Wu Liang, the commander-in-chief of the Tyrant army. His subordinates had followed Wu Liang for at least 10 years. Wu Liang didn't take young Lord Batian seriously because he had a group of trusted subordinates. All of them held military power. Military power was a good thing. The young lord of the Sky Tyrant Empire refused to leave because he had taken a fancy to Wu Liang and the military power in his hands. In the entire Sky Tyrant Empire, the Sky Tyrant Empire's army of hundreds of thousands could be considered a force that could be independent from the rest of the empire. Of course, the territory of the tyrannical Sky Empire was vast. Compared to all the armies of the tyrannical Sky Empire, Wu Liang's army was nothing. However, the other armies of the tyrannical Heaven Dynasty were stationed in various places and could not be mobilized at will. After all, the East Moon Empire was not the only enemy of the tyrannical Heaven Empire. The tyrannical Sky Empire had to guard against many opponents. The East Moon Empire also had many enemies, and there were also many forces eyeing the East Moon Empire. This was the same in the Limitless Realm or even in other worlds. The big fish ate the small fish, and the small forces attached themselves to the big forces. Those who refused to submit would be beaten until they did. Although the tyrannical Sky Empire was stronger than the East Moon Empire, they were not much stronger. It would not be easy to destroy the East Moon Empire. The sky above the Black Qilin City changed color. Wu Liang and the others all felt something was wrong. At this time, in the sky a dozen miles away from Black Qilin City, a heavenly army was rushing toward Black Qilin City at top speed. The powerful, murderous aura was earth-shattering. A female general stood on the back of a golden eagle, charging at the very front. Behind her was a dense mass of black-feathered war eagles, and on each of the war eagles stood an Eastern Moon heavenly soldier clad in battle armor. A distance of several dozen kilometers could be covered in the blink of an eye by the Eastern Moon heavenly army. However, Wu Liang was not to be trifled with. He directly ordered the heavenly army to attack. A tall general wielded a halberd and directly charged into the sky from the tyrant army's battle formation. Countless heavenly soldiers on heavenly winged beasts also charged into the sky. The heavenly soldiers that attacked Black Chilin City earlier were actually only the vanguard of the tyrant army. The real heavenly army of the tyrant army was mobilized now. The heavenly army of the tyrant army directly met the Eastern Moon Empire's heavenly army. Very soon, in the sky 7 or 8 kilometers away from Black Chilin City, the two armies instantly clashed. Countless soldiers fell from the sky, and battle cries shook the heavens and earth. The heavenly army of the tyrannical Sky Empire successfully intercepted the Eastern Moon Empire's reinforcements. The Eastern Moon Empire's heavenly army had already arrived, so the reinforcements were not far from Black Chilin City. The situation was extremely disadvantageous for the tyrant army. Attack with everything you've got. Wu Liang exhaled. His voice spread throughout the sky and earth. If they still hesitated at this time, they would die a terrible death. Kill! Kill! After hearing Wu Liang's voice, the countless soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire all became bloodshot. They attacked Black Chilin City like madmen. None of them were afraid of death, and all of them fought with their lives on the line. Boom! With a heavy crash, the heavenly army of the tyrant army successfully reached the eastern city gate. Dozens of soldiers carried huge logs and slammed the eastern city gate fiercely. On top of the city gate, the Eastern Moon Empire's guards desperately shot arrows at the heavenly army below. The heavenly army below the city gate fell one after another after being hit by the arrows. However, the city gate of Black Chilin City was not so easily breached. At this moment, the ground in front of the city gate suddenly shook. Countless grains of sand gathered on the ground in front of the city gate. Earth chi was condensing. The countless grains of sand and gravel actually condensed into an earth giant. The earth giant stood up from the ground. Its head was even taller than the city gate. The countless Eastern Moon Empire's guards on top of the city gate were stunned by this scene. The earth giant charged towards the city gate. The heavenly army that was attacking the city immediately scattered in fright. Roar! The earth giant roared furiously at the sky and directly threw a punch at the city gate that was tightly shut. Release the arrows! The guards on top of the city gate all fired arrows at the earth giant. However, when the arrows hit the earth giant's body, they directly pierced into the earth giant's body. These arrows could not harm the earth giant at all. Boom! The earth giant's fist smashed onto the city gate fiercely. The ferocious fist force exploded, and countless cracks appeared on the thick and heavy city gate. Oh no! One of the generals on top of the city gate could not help but be shocked when he saw this. At the same time, the earth giant's second punch was already flying towards the city gate. Boom! With a loud bang, the tightly shut city gate was directly smashed into pieces. Countless fragments shot into the city gate, and screams immediately rang out from within the city gate. Behind the city gate were all the soldiers of the Eastern Moon Empire. When the earth giant broke through the city gate, the soldiers behind the city gate immediately suffered, and a large number of them collapsed. The Eastern City gate has been breached. At this moment, Gu Fei's clone, who had just taken control of the formation center of Black Chilin City, could not help but frown as he stared at the virtual image of the city above. The virtual image of the formation center displayed the real-time status of various parts of Black Chilin City. On the virtual image of Black Chilin City, the Eastern City Gate had been breached. How troublesome! Gu Fei's clone shook his head. Then let's start with this big guy first. As Gu Fei's clone spoke, he stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. At the same time, dazzling bolts of lightning descended from the sky, directly blasting the earth giant that was charging towards the eastern city gate into the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. It's just a small test. The power seems to be not bad. Chapter 5638. Gu Fei's doppelganger controlled the core of Black Qilin City's formation. With a small test, he actually smashed the earth giant that had blasted open the east gate to the ground. Roar! The earth giant roared as it stood up. It was just an earthen figure that had been formed from the power of the earth. However, the yuan qi that erupted from the earthen figure was extremely powerful. The earth giant was over 30 meters tall, like a small mountain. The earth elemental energy that erupted from it was definitely at the peak of the earth realm, even reaching half a step into the heaven realm. Otherwise, this earth giant wouldn't have been able to blast open the east gate. Seeing the lightning strike the earth giant to the ground, everyone was indescribably shocked. The countless warriors in the surroundings immediately retreated far away, apart from the corpses on the ground. No one dared to get close to the earth giant. One of Wu Liang's 5 elemental generals, Earth General? On top of the city wall, Black Qilin City, Lord Dongyue Tianxia, who was facing the commander of the Sky Tyrant Army in the sky, said indifferently, not only did Wu Liang have the 5 elemental generals, but he also had the wind, cloud, thunder, lightning, and rain generals. These 10 generals, added together, made up Wu Liang's 10 generals. These 10 generals were Wu Liang's trusted subordinates. They had followed Wu Liang to battle all over the place. Each of them had quite a lot of military achievements and were Wu Liang's most capable subordinates. At this moment, a tall and burly general walked up from below the city wall, carrying a person in his hand. This person directly brought a guy to the side of Black Qilin City, Lord Dongyue Tianxia. Greetings, City Lord. The person bowed to Dongyue Tianxia. He was Black Qilin City's #1 general, Longxiang Man, and the guy in Longxiang Man's hand was one of the 10 generals under the command of Sky Tyrant Army's commander, Wu Liang, who had infiltrated Black Qilin City and wanted to break open the East Gate, Thunder General. At this moment, Thunder General wasn't dead, but he had already lost all his battle strength. Although Thunder General was powerful, he was still not a match for Longxiang Man, the #1 general of Black Qilin City. He was miserably abused by Longxiang Man. Very good. Dongyue Tianxia nodded, still staring at the figure in the sky. Thunder General. Seeing his subordinate crippled, Wu Liang couldn't help but be enraged. However, he didn't dare to act recklessly because Dong Yu Tian was staring at him, wanting nothing more than for him to reveal an opening. Dong Yu Tianxia was the city lord of Black Qilin City. His cultivation was actually on par with Wu Liang. This was also why they did not dare to act rashly. This was because the moment they revealed an opening, the other party would immediately launch a fatal attack. Wu Liang retreat. Dongyue Tianxia said coldly. Impossible. Wu Liang immediately refused. Then your general will have to die. Long Xiang Barbarian raised the Thunder General in his hand and said loudly, Despicable. Wu Liang glared at Dragon Elephant Barbarian with red eyes. The 10 war generals had followed him for hundreds of years, and their friendship was even closer than blood brothers. Now that Thunder General was seriously injured and on the verge of death, Wu Liang really wanted to tear that barbarian dragon elephant into 1,000 pieces. Ha! Wu Liang, who are you calling despicable? Weren't you despicable when you assassinated my Black Qilin City's array master? Dongyue Tianxia laughed. Wu Liang's expression changed several times. Assassinating Black Qilin City's array master was really dishonorable. For a moment, he did not know what to say to refute. Cut the crap. I'll just ask you, are you going to retreat or not? Dongyue Tianxia said sternly. Wu Liang did not speak, but his expression was extremely ugly. Fine. Dongyue Tianxia waved his hand. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking rang out. Long Xiong barbarian directly broke the Thunder General's neck. Just like that, the Thunder General of a generation fell on the east gate of Black Qilin City. Roar! Wu Liang roared at the sky. The entire void trembled, and the rolling sound waves spread out, shaking the souls of countless soldiers and making them almost vomit blood. The Thunder General had fallen. Of the 10 war generals that once shook the tyrannical Sky Empire, only 9 were left. Dongyue Tianxia, I want your life. Wu Liang roared and directly pounced on Dongyue Tianxia from the sky. Rumble! He threw a punch at Dongyue Tianxia on the city wall. The violent fist chi turned into a huge dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it pounced at Dongyue Tianxia. Swoosh! A sword ray suddenly rushed out from Dongyue Tianxia's body. The sword ray seemed indestructible, instantly splitting the dragon-shaped fist chi in half. At the same time, Dongyue Tianxia directly rushed up. He instantly became one with the sword ray, turning into an immortal sword rainbow that soared into the sky and slashed at Wu Liang. The 2 army commanders finally started fighting. Kill! Kill them all! The tyrannical Sky Empire's army charged again. Countless tyrannical war soldiers attacked the East Gate like a tide. At this time, inside the city, tyrannical young Lord Ba Fei and Princess Dong Yushui were still in a standoff, but their subordinates were fighting everywhere in Black Qilin City. In the city Lord Residence's formation hub, Gu Fei's clone was also fighting with the formation master of the mystical heaven sect outside the city. This was a contest of formations. Whoever had a higher cultivation in formations would be the winner. The problem was, Gu Fei's clone was controlling the Black Qilin City's Great City Barrier Formation, while the formation master of the mystical heaven sect was outside the city. He felt like he was too far away to help. After all, the range of the Great City Barrier Formation was limited. Although Gu Fei's clone controlled the Great City Barrier Formation, if the opponent did not barge in, there was nothing he could do. You draw the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. So I will too. The formation master of the mystical heavens sect was furious. The formation master slapped a cloth bag on his waist. In the next moment, dozens of divine lights rushed out from the bag, rushing in all directions. Each beam of divine light was wrapped in a flag. These flags rapidly grew in size, then stabbed into the surrounding void. Countless formation patterns emerged from these flags and rushed out. The formation patterns that rushed out from the flags were branded in the void. A large formation appeared in the void in an instant. In the next moment, the spiritual energy of the world was attracted by the formation and gathered towards it in a frenzy. Interesting. Gu Fei's clone sensed the changes in the surroundings and nodded. The guy who broke the formation outside was quite capable. Since the other party dared to break the Black Qilin City's Great City Barrier Formation, he naturally had some confidence. Unfortunately, Gu Fei's clone had already controlled the formation hub of Black Qilin City. I'll play with you. Chapter 5639. Who is it? Outside Black Qilin City of the East Moon Dynasty in the Limitless Realm, the formation master of the mystical heaven sect, Master Lin, sat in the air with his legs crossed. A layer of cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. Countless formation patterns intertwined around Master Lin. Mysterious formation diagrams kept appearing in the air and kept changing, attracting a huge amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. However, Master Lin was extremely nervous at this moment because the previously lifeless Black Qilin City's city defense formation had come alive. It was impossible for the Black Qilin City's city defense formation to come alive for no reason. Needless to say, someone must have taken control of the formation. At this time, was there still a formation master in Black Qilin City who could control the formation master? Master Lin knew that young Lord Ba Fei had assassinated the formation master of Black Qilin City. That was also why Master Lin agreed to help. Master Lin didn't think much of a defensive spell that no one was controlling. However, it would be very difficult to break the Black Qilin City's great formation that was controlled by someone. Even this formation master from the Mystical Heaven sect did not have the confidence to break the Black Qilin City's great formation that was controlled by someone. What's going on? Inside Black Qilin City, Tyrant Young Lord Tyrant Fei was shocked to see the hole in the void being quickly repaired by the formation-breaking arrow. If the formation patterns of the Black Qilin City's city defense formation were completely repaired, they would be trapped in Black Qilin City and become Dongyue Shue's prisoners. How could that be? Young Lord Ba Fei's wish was to break through Black Qilin City and capture Dongyue Shui alive. He wanted Dongyue Shui, the high and mighty princess of the East Moon Dynasty, to be his servant. Kill. Sensing young Lord Ba Fei's emotions, Dongyue Shui drew her bow and shot an arrow at Ba Fei. Swoosh! A dazzling arrow light appeared and instantly pierced through the air, arriving in front of young Lord Ba Fei. Without hesitation, young Lord Overlord raised the Overlord shield in his hand to meet the attack. The arrow light directly hit the sky-dominating shield. In the next moment, with a loud bang, the arrow light directly exploded. It was as if a dazzling firework had suddenly appeared in the sky. Ba Fei only felt the hands that were holding the sky-dominating shield shake violently. His arms were in extreme pain, as if the bones in his arms had been shattered. His entire body was sent flying backward. The blood in his body was tumbling, and a gush of blood surged up his throat. He almost spat it out. Ba Fei forcefully swallowed the blood that was welling up in his throat. After flipping in the air for more than 100 feet, Ba Fei stopped retreating. He immediately checked the sky-dominating shield in his hand and saw that it was undamaged. The hegemonic sky shield truly lived up to its reputation as an important treasure of the hegemonic sky empire. Even after being struck by the East Moon Bow's arrow light, not a single mark was left on its surface. Ha! Ba Fei was surprised and happy, laughing out loud. However, at that moment, over a dozen streaks of light appeared in the air. Each streak of light shot towards Ba Fei like bolts of cold lightning. The streaks of light moved rapidly in the air and surrounded Ba Fei from all directions, sealing off all his escape routes. Damn, Ba Fei did not dare to be careless. He used the sky-dominating shield in his hand with all his might. Buzz! The sky-dominating shield vibrated in Ba Fei's hand. A ball of divine light erupted from the shield, enveloping him instantly. The dozen or so streaks of light landed on the ball of divine light around Ba Fei's body. Dense explosions rang out. Terrifying, destructive power engulfed Ba Fei and the ball of divine light around him. Violent power spread out, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Dongyue Shui, who had fired over a dozen streaks of light, did not feel happy at all, as her opponent had the sky-dominating shield. Although the East Moon Bow was an important treasure of the East Moon Empire and possessed shocking power, the sky-dominating shield of the hegemonic Sky Empire was not to be trifled with. The sky-dominating shield was also a famous treasure of the path. As for which of the two Tao treasures was stronger, no one knew. As the light dissipated, a figure appeared in Dongyue Shui's eyes. Ba Fei had blocked the dozen or so streaks of light. The defensive power of the sky-dominating shield was indeed shocking. Even the streaks of light fired by Dongyue Shui, with the East Moon Bow, could not break through the shield's defense. This is bad. Dongyue Shui, cursed inwardly. Since the sky-dominating shield was in Ba Fei's hands, the other Tao treasure, the sky-dominating spear, was definitely in his hands as well. The sky-dominating shield and sky-dominating spear were a set of Tao treasures, one for defense, the other for offense. Using the two Tao treasures together was flawless. Dongyue Shui, Let's see where you can run to this time." Ba Fei laughed and flipped his right hand. A spear immediately appeared in his hand. As I thought, Dong Yue Shui immediately tensed up when she saw the spear in his hand. I should be the one saying that. Dong Yue Shui suddenly smiled. At that moment, she also sensed that the entire Black Qilin City's city defense formation had changed. Although she did not know what was going on, she was certain that someone had taken control of the formation. Moreover, the person who had taken control of the formation was on her side. If the other party had controlled the city protecting formation, then the current Black Qilin City would have become a defenseless city. Ba Fei lost his cool. Dong Yue Shui was right. The Black Qilin City's city defense formation was rapidly being repaired. Once it was fully repaired, all those who had attacked Black Qilin City would be trapped in the city like turtles in a jar. At that moment, Ba Fei's subordinates began to flee toward him. Everyone realized that something was wrong. No one was willing to die, trapped in the city. These guys are pretty smart. Gu Fei's clone in the center of the formation nodded when he saw this. The people of the tyrannical Sky Empire began to retreat. These guys were pretty quick to react to changes in the formation. If that's the case, let's give them a small reward, Gu Fei's clone said and snapped his fingers again. Although he had only snapped his fingers in the center of the formation, the sky above Black Qilin City suddenly changed color and the sun and moon dimmed. Dazzling bolts of lightning descended from the sky without warning, directly striking Ba Fei and his subordinates. Blood-curdling screams could be heard everywhere. The lightning that descended from the sky was extremely fast. In an instant, it struck the bodies of Ba Fei's subordinates. Even Ba Fei was struck by a bolt of lightning. His whole body was charred, and his hair stood straight up. Haha! How does it feel to be struck by lightning? Chapter 5640. At this moment, Black Qilin City was shaking. Although it was daytime, the sky was dark. Lightning flickered in the air, and the entire place was filled with the smell of blood. The sky above Black Qilin City was covered in dark clouds, but there was no sign of rain. Two powerful figures were moving rapidly in the sky above Black Qilin City. The battle was intense. Dull clashing sounds kept ringing, shaking the entire city. Everyone was shocked. It was the city lord of Black Qilin City, Dong Yutianxia, and the commander of the Heaven Tyrant's army, Wu Liang. Moreover, Black Qilin City's defensive formation was gathering spiritual qi. The formation master of the mystical heaven sect was also operating the formation to compete for the spiritual qi. Dong Yutianxia was fighting Wu Liang with his life. The spiritual qi of the entire Black Qilin City was in a mess. Those with weaker cultivation couldn't even fly. The Black Demon General who attacked Black Qilin City first was retreating. They had no choice but to retreat because the defensive formation was repairing quickly. Tu Tianhu of the Tu clan was fighting with the Black Demon General. Tu clan, Tiger clan, and Longxiang clan, the three great cultivation clans of Black Qilin City, sent out all their experts, trying to hold back those who attacked Black Qilin City. They all knew that once the great formation of the Black Qilin City was repaired, it would be the death of Ba Fei and his men. However, it was easy for them to attack Black Qilin City, but it wasn't easy for them to kill their way out. I'd like to see who you are. In the sky outside Black Qilin City, the formation master of the mystical heaven sect clenched his teeth and slapped the leather pouch on his waist. 9 rays of divine light rushed out from the pouch. The 9 rays of divine light wrapped around 9 formation plates. The 9 formation plates quickly enlarged and floated in 9 different directions above Black Qilin City. 9 heavens, thunder, transformation. Master Lin roared and formed a seal with both hands. Buzz! The 9 formation plates vibrated at the same time. Countless runes rushed out from the formation plates and imprinted in the air. In an instant, a formation appeared in the sky above Black Qilin City. Rumble, When the formation was activated, it actually cut off the spiritual energy that was gathering towards Black Chilin City from the sky. Io, you dare to steal my fruit? In the center of Black Chilin City's protective array formation, Gufei's clone couldn't help but be excited when he saw the scene. In the Limitless Realm, this was the first time he had encountered a formation master. He originally thought that the array formation masters of the Limitless Realm were only like this. But now, it seemed that he had still underestimated the array formation masters of the Limitless Realm. The array formation grandmaster outside the city could actually use an array disk to set up an array formation. It seemed that his array formation mastery was not low. However, in the eyes of Gufei's avatar, it was still not enough. However, with the current cultivation level of Gufei's clone, even if this array master's array Dao cultivation level was not enough to catch his eye, he was definitely stronger than him. And it wasn't just a little bit stronger, it was a crushing defeat. However, Gufei's doppelganger was now in control of the Black Chilin City's city protection formation. With the help of the Black Chilin City's city protection formation, he could still compete with the formation master outside. Gufei's clone knew very well what the formation master outside the city was going to do. First, he would cut off the spiritual chi source of the Black Chilin City's city protection formation. Then he would break the formation. The moment the spiritual chi source of the Black Chilin City's city protection formation was cut off, the power of the entire city protection formation immediately weakened, and the formation's repair speed immediately slowed down. Haha, Master Lin really lives up to his reputation. The Extraordinary Heaven Sect is worthy of being the #1 sect of array Dao in the Limitless Realm. When the Black Demon General and the others saw this scene, they were both surprised and delighted. High up in the sky, the commander of the Heaven Tyrant Army that was fighting against the East Moon Empire, Wu Liang, also heaved a sigh of relief. The current situation was really very critical, because the vanguard of the East Moon Empire's reinforcements had already arrived. Although the East Moon Empire's heavenly army only had tens of thousands of people and could not influence the outcome of this battle, it greatly boosted the morale of the defending army of Black Chilin City. Since the East Moon Empire's heavenly army had arrived, then the main force of the East Moon Empire's reinforcements should also arrive very soon. Once the main force of the East Moon Empire's reinforcements arrived, the outcome of this battle would be decided. The main force of the East Moon Empire's reinforcements was a powerful force that could change the outcome of the battle. Kill them all. Those who kill their way into the city will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold. The generals of the tyrannical Sky Empire roared angrily at the same time. Roar! Kill! Countless soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire charged towards the city gates of Black Chilin City with bloodshot eyes. Scaling ladders were placed on top of the city walls, and countless soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire charged up the ladders. No matter how many of you come, I'll kill them all. On top of the city walls, a tall and burly general unsheathed the saber at his waist and leaped up, sweeping down towards the bottom of the city walls. Dazzling saber gleams immediately shot out from the saber, soaring thousands of meters in an instant. Wherever the saber gleam passed, dozens of scaling ladders on top of the city walls were directly severed. The soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire on the scaling ladders fell down like dumplings. The Dragon Elephant Man made his move. He was a peak Earth-rank general. With a single move, he directly dealt with the soldiers who wanted to attack the city walls. Although this was the everlasting realm, siege warfare here was still very primitive. It should be noted that even in the everlasting realm, not everyone possessed powerful cultivation. The lowest-ranked soldiers of the two great empires were only slightly stronger than ordinary people. However, this was the everlasting realm after all. This world was very mysterious, and all living beings in the everlasting realm possessed a long lifespan. At this moment, the Dragon Elephant Man leaped down from the city walls and directly charged into the tyrannical Sky Empire's army. He was like a tiger that had entered a flock of sheep. With a casual sweep of his saber, a large number of the soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire collapsed. Every time the Dragon Elephant Man struck with his saber, the saber gleam that rushed out from the saber was definitely longer than 40 meters. Wherever the 1,000-meter-long saber gleam passed, corpses were strewn everywhere. Right now, the Dragon Elephant Man was simply a terrifying killing tool. In the blink of an eye, the tyrannical Sky Empire's army suffered heavy losses. Clang! Just as the Dragon Elephant Man was about to go on a killing spree, a general directly charged over from the side. This general waved the battle axe in his hand and directly blocked the saber that the Dragon Elephant Man had slashed out. The battle axe in the general's right hand was directly sent flying. His palm was dripping with blood, and a series of cracks had appeared on it. "You actually managed to block my saber. Since you have some ability, I shall grant you death." The Dragon Elephant Man waved his saber and slashed at the general. "What?" The general was shocked and hurriedly retreated. Chapter 56:41. The Battle of Black Chillin City was about to end. Both the East Moon Empire and the Sky Tyrant Army were giving it their all. Under the lead of the generals, the Sky Tyrant Army attacked the city in a frenzy. Among the 10 generals under Wu Liang's command, a few had already reached the top of the city walls. Scaling ladders once again reached the top of Black Chillin City. The Sky Tyrant soldiers attacked the top of the city walls along the scaling ladders. On the top of the city walls, the East Moon Empire's soldiers lifted huge logs and rocks, smashing them at the Sky Tyrant soldiers climbing up from the scaling ladders. However, when the Sky Tyrant soldiers in front of the scaling ladders were smashed down, the Sky Tyrant soldiers behind them surged up again. They were not afraid of death at all. Facing countless enemies who did not care about their lives, the East Moon Empire soldiers were also quite frightened. However, they knew very well that they still had a chance of survival if they fought with their lives on the line. If they were to cower and be defeated, they would only be left with a dead end. Behind the East Moon Empire soldiers were their families. The family and friends of every soldier on the top of the city walls were in the city. If the city was breached, everyone would be finished. As a result, even when facing ferocious enemies who did not fear death, they could not retreat. They could only fight to the death. Outside the east gate of Black Chillin City, battle cries shook the heavens and the earth. Corpses piled up into a small mountain, and the water of the moat was dyed red. It was extremely tragic. At this moment, high up in the sky, the city lord of Black Chillin City, Dong Yu Tianxia, and the commander of the Sky Tyrant Army, Wu Liang, were also fighting. Their cultivation was about the same, so it did not seem easy to determine a victor. Meanwhile, the formation master of the mystical heaven sect, Master Lin, who was invited by the young lord of the Sky Tyrant Army, also used his trump card. This formation master laid down the most powerful 9 heavens thunder formation, directly cutting off the source of spiritual qi for Black Chillin City's protective formation. Dazzling bolts of lightning appeared in the dark sky, as if tearing the void apart. A terrifying aura of destruction permeated every inch of space, instilling fear in everyone. This guy's formation skills aren't completely useless. I'd like to see just how capable he is. In the city lord's mansion of Black Chillin City, in the center of the city defense formation, Gu Fei's doppelganger was interested in the formation master outside the city. The Limitless Realms array, Dao, was actually so backward. This surprised Gu Fei's clone. That was because this was the Limitless Realm, a superworld of the highest level. In such a superworld, the various cultivation systems should have been developed to the extreme. After all, the infinite world was a place where infinite primes could be born. Let's try it out first. Gu Fei's doppelganger sat on the throne in the center of the formation and extended his right hand. Pa! He snapped his fingers. Then, at the 4 gates of Black Chillin City, a dazzling pillar of light rushed out. The 4 pillars of light were like pillars that supported the sky and actually supported the ninth heaven's thunder formation that was pressing down from the sky. Outside the city, Master Lin, who was controlling the nine heavens sky thunder formation, suddenly raised his head. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. As expected, Master Lin formed a seal with both of his hands and struck the nine heavens sky thunder formation. The power of the nine heavens sky thunder formation immediately rose. Rumble. Countless bolts of lightning appeared in the void, and balls of thunder descended from the sky, directly blasting towards Black Qilin city below. The power of the balls of lightning was so strong that it actually broke the light barrier of Black Qilin city. Hee, I want to see how you're going to deal with this. Master Lin sneered. Her voice was crisp and sweet. The mysterious Master Lin turned out to be a woman. Fire Qilin swallows the sky. In the center of the formation, Gu Fei's doppelganger chuckled and snapped his fingers again. The next moment, the Black Qilin city's city defense formation immediately changed. A huge shadow of a fire Qilin appeared in the sky above Black Qilin city. The fire unicorn opened its mouth and inhaled, directly swallowing the countless thunderballs falling from the sky into its stomach. Roar! After the fire Qilin swallowed the balls of lightning, it roared at the nine heavens sky thunder formation in the sky. The next moment, the fire Qilin rushed to the sky and directly collided with the nine heavens sky thunder formation. What? When Master Lin saw this, he couldn't help but be shocked. She never thought that the opponent could deal with her big move so easily in counterattack. Boom! A huge explosion rang out, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The fire unicorn actually collided with the nine heavens thunder formation and exploded. The destructive power exploded out, shaking the entire nine heavens thunder formation. In the void, the patterns that formed the nine heavens sky thunder formation were collapsing and dissipating. Master Lin was shocked and angry. He quickly activated the 9 formation boards that were fixed in the sky above Black Qilin city. Buzz! The 9 formation boards were shaking violently. Countless patterns rushed out from the 9 formation boards and quickly repaired the collapsed patterns. Just as Master Lin was activating the 9 heavens sky thunder formation, Gu Fei's clone in the center of the formation waved his right hand. A dazzling sword light rushed out from Black Qilin city and pierced through Master Lin, who was outside the city at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, Gu Fei's clone had completely controlled the Black Qilin city's defensive formation. He could use the power of the Black Qilin city's defensive formation for his own use with just a wave of his hand. He could do whatever he wanted. Gu Fei's clone's formation Dao was not something that Master Lin, outside the city, could compare with. He only needed to wave his hand in the center of the formation, and he could instantly activate the power of the Black Qilin city's defensive formation. This power turned into a dazzling sword light. The sword light arrived in an instant and broke through Master Lin's protective shield. Master Lin's shock was no small matter. Just as Master Lin was about to be pierced by the sword light released by Gu Fei's clone, a light shield suddenly appeared in front of Master Lin. The sword light that pierced through the shield directly collided with the light shield. In the next moment, the sound of something shattering could be heard from Master Lin's body. Then, the light shield in front of him shattered, and the shards disappeared into thin air. The sword light that collided with the light shield also dissipated. Master Lin of the Mystical Heaven sect was so frightened that she broke out in a cold sweat. Just a moment ago, she had taken a trip to the gates of hell. If it weren't for her sect's protective talisman blocking that sword light, she would have been killed by that array master in the city. Who was the formation master inside? His formation Dao cultivation made Master Lin from the Mystical Heaven sect palpitate. His formation Dao cultivation was probably far above her. A formation Dao cultivator with such amazing formation Dao cultivation was definitely not an ordinary person. Who was it